number 3. It's great to have you with us this morning. We're really excited about Makerfest this year. We had hoped to do it in person, but of course, because
here online, and actually it's going to take place from all over the GTA. People are joining us and lots of demonstrations today. So thanks so much for coming. It's great to have you. My name is Victoria, and I work from the Pickering Public Library in the makerspace. And a part of what I do is help people come to grips with using the sewing machines and things like that, showing them little demonstrations and what have you. So today, thinking about how we can take advantage of what we have within our own homes during this time, I thought we would do a couple little demonstrations, very simple, on how you can repair and mend your own clothing. So I know that this is something that maybe not a lot of people are doing so much now. We have a lot of access to things. It's easy to go and buy something new, but most people lose a button along the way, even for something they've purchased. And then that item, your shirt, your blouse, you may not get to use it again because of that button. It's gone, and just don't quite get round to getting it sewn back on. So what I found with something like that, it tends to be, it's not a difficult thing for anyone to do, but maybe like any little project, it's always that preparation, having the tools that you need. So what I thought I would do is just show you really briefly some of the things that you can keep around your house that would allow you to kind of do these very, very repairs that we're going to do today. So I'm just going to remind everyone that if you could just mute your microphone while I'm doing the demo. If you have any questions, please take advantage of the chat. You can send a message there, and my co-host Alexandra will answer any questions and send them to me as well. So I was just going to show you really quickly just some of the things you can have within your house, and so that you can, when the time comes, do a quick repair. Also, I wanted to show you what my sewing box looked like. It's just this. It's not pretty. It's not the old-fashioned one that maybe your mom, your grandmother, grandfather had. It's just a simple box in which everything I need is always at hand. And some of those things that I would need, or you would need as well, just some thread, basic color like white, black, some hand needles, which are really easy to find. Even if you don't want to invest a lot of money in something like this, you can generally find these at the dollar store. So they've got a great little section there where they have these little bits and pieces and sometimes little kits all together. Something as simple as a pair of scissors to cut threads, and then pins. And really, for the first repair that we're going to do today, it's sewing on a button. And those are all of the things, I think of, and a needle. Yeah, those are all of the things that you need to get started. But of course, buttons are really small. And it's a bit, to show you sewing on a button, this isn't the best forum for it. I've only got one camera really at the moment. So what I'm going to do is show you the basis for creating the button, sewing it, and how to stabilize it. And honestly, you can do this within 5 minutes, 10 minutes tops. So as I said, with everything together, it shouldn't take you any more than 10 minutes. And I'm going to show you like really nice big example of how to get started, how to stabilize a button. And I'm going to try and make this very interesting as I do it. So bear with me. You'll start with your fabric. You'll start with the back side of the fabric. You'll actually just, even before you get to your button, pull your thread through and then cross over to the next space. There you go. Pulling that fabric, I'm actually going to knot the back. I'm going to go through from the back to the front, pulling it through. And I'm going to cross over what I just did. And there you see, it's a simple cross. That actually creates a stabilizing point for the button on the fabric, but it also tells you exactly where to put your button. You want to center your button over what you just did. And then just continue sewing through the holes, finding the button. And then my threads might run out a little bit here. Let's see if I can do this properly for you. You'll always be doing a little bit of adjustment as you go along. Basically, you want to go back through the hole of the button through to the fabric. Sorry, I'm going to make sure you can see this. Through the hole, back from the back through to the front. And then right again through the button. So that, then you get a marking point of your button. Doing that just stabilizes the button. Now I did that pretty quick. I'm going to say I did that within a minute or so, which isn't too bad. And that's it. You just repeat those motions, always making some adjustments to the back of your thread, of your fabric, because you are working with thread. You do that, go through each hole about 3 times. Once you've done with that, you should have enough fabric left. I'm sorry, does everyone see a black cat, or is it just me? No, you can see him? Good. Okay, it's fine. He is ours. It's all right. So as I was saying, I'm not going to lie. The cat set everything up here. He's done all of this work. So really, I'm just taking the credit. But it's the way it has to be. So just with that, stabilizing using threads, sewing on a button. It's really that simple. You just have to start with a little bit of the prep. And so, as I said, I chose that because it was quite big and easier to see. But what I'd like to do now is tell you a little bit. So I'm going to show you now how quickly it can be to actually do your own button. So if you have a garment and sure enough, you found that there's a button missing from it, like I have here, you can see the space in between. What you need to do to get started is measure the spaces of the existing buttons. You can do that simply with any kind of like a measuring tape, even a ruler. Measure from the end point of one button to the center point of the next button. That measurement will tell you exactly where to place the button that is missing. So with that, I've already made a measurement between, so it's between these spaces. So I've measured from the end point of this button to the center point of this button to know where basically I want to put the button that I've already lost. So fortunately, what happens as well with that measurement, once you've made it, you can put in a pin and just mark the space where you want to start sewing. But with this item, I can actually see the holes where the button was. So that's going to tell me exactly where to get started. So what I'd like to do is show you how quickly we can sew on a button. And using some of the information that I've already shown you, no longer just a paper plate and paper, but from an actual garment that is missing a button. So starting from the back point, I've got my needle and thread. It's already knotted. I'm going to go from the back of the fabric through to the front, pulling it all the way through. And at this point, just going to stabilize it. So I've got my thumb where the thread is coming through. And I'm keeping an eye on the back. I've already tied a knot at the end of the thread. So I'm just going to pull that through really quickly and get started on this. So when you're sewing on a button, the thing that I wanted to know when I started sort of looking into the information, how much thread do you need to get started for sewing on a button? Really just about 12 inches is all you need. What I've done here, I started with 12, and because I've threaded the needle and doubled over, it's actually going to be a length of 24 inches. But you can start with the basic 12 inches or just a foot of thread to get you started. That's all you need. If you're unable to find anything as long as 24 inches and then tie a little knot in the end, all you need to do is loop over and just use a couple of inches at the end. So, and then just watch as you're pulling through. So there we go. I've pulled through once. I'm now just going to cross over all the way from the front to the back. Starting now from the back, finding the next hole and just watching what I'm doing, because I just want to create this stabilizing point. And gets a little easier as the thread gets a little bit shorter. So as soon as I've done this, crossing over. I hope you're finding this as interesting as I am. So there we go. I have that little point. Now, that took maybe a minute or so. I'm going to find the button. Boop, right there. Using my thumb, I'm just holding it onto the space where the cross is. And now I'm just going to start this process of just from the back through to the front. I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm just crossing over, just stabilizing it at this point. So the thing about buttons that that I found interesting was that it actually, in doing this, taking this time, it kind of has global implications. It does have global implications because a lot of our clothing is coming from other parts of the world. We're ordering it and we are having it delivered, more so now because we have, we're trying to keep ourselves safe. So because of that, we find that the clothing that we have actually originates in other countries. So although I'm sewing on this button here, and I've enjoyed it here, it actually, this item of clothing started off in Vietnam. So what's the global implication then of sewing on a button in Pickering in Vietnam? It's because a lot of our, as I said, a lot of our clothing is coming from international locations. And these items here, all of it, it was put on by a garment worker somewhere in another part of the world. So as much as it's easy to get clothing, to find clothing, and we have so much ease of access in doing that now, it's good to take a moment and consider where it's all coming from and how we can connect ourselves to the things that we have. That is really a big part of mending the items we have. It's understanding that they still have value, that when we take a moment to repair or mend something, we keep it in circulation. We keep it in our wardrobe. There was a reason why I bought this. I really liked it. But as soon as I lost that button, I lost access to wearing this. But taking the time to sew on the button means that it's a part of my wardrobe again. And it connects me to the people and places that provided this material. I don't want that to sound a little bit too crazy or far-fetched, but we're living in a time where we've had the opportunity to slow down a little, and some of that's been enforced. But actually doing something simple like this, like a basic repair, is a great way to take advantage of some of the time that we have now. So I'm going to continue doing this. And it's actually, it can be very meditative. It can be very relaxing and very soothing in its own way, while still providing an opportunity for this outfit to be worn again. So I'm just going to continue doing this here. I want to tell you a little bit as well that, so with this, as I continue doing it, and I'm just chatting away here, I don't think this has been more than 5 minutes. It might feel longer.
Hey, Victoria, can
yeah.
you lower your camera a little bit so we can see what you're doing better?
Yeah, absolutely. Apologies for that.
Awesome, thank you.
So what I've been doing and continuing to do is just to sew through those 4 holes. Sorry, I know it's white on white. And now where I started with that first point of making a cross, I've continued to do that with this button. I'm going in and through the holes and stabilizing it, attaching it to the fabric. I can see it's getting a little bit messy at the back here because I've been doing more talking, but that's not to worry. It's actually now pretty stable on the garment itself. So buttons, I'm just going to finish this off. The best thing to do when using or having the 12 inches of thread to start with, that actually permits you to go through these holes at least 3 times. And that's what you should be aiming for in stabilizing, sewing, or attaching the button back to the garment. It happens really quickly. And in fact, I'm basically, even as I've been chatting away, almost done here with this. So one thing about buttons that they've been in use for about 5,000 years. The original buttons were found in the area of the world that's now Pakistan, but they've been found in Bronze Age archaeological digs for China as well. So original buttons weren't plastic as we have now. They were actually not even used in the beginning for clothing, for fasteners for clothing, but more so because they were rare as a decorative flourish on someone's outfit. So much like we would have today, those that would attach medals to someone to signify status or accomplishment, it was the same with buttons when they were first used. So as I continue here, that's it. I'm just checking my time. I'm just going to finish off. So there's a little bit of thread, not to worry. This is just for the demonstration, but also I've got my scissors to make any little corrections along the way. All I need to do is to take the needle and thread that I have, and just, I'm at the back of the button here. I'm just going to take the needle and put it underneath the thread that I've already, that's already attached, and just begin to tie a knot, an overhand knot. So I've gone under once, and now I'm just going to find the loop that I've made, come through it. And that is basically how you tie off the thread. And that's a button sewn on. And there it is. So really as simple as that. It's just a matter of having the items that you need nearby. I've gone over, so I started with having at least 12 inches of thread, a hand needle, one that would fit through the button, and then made sure that the button was placed equal distance to the buttons that were already on the garment. So I can already see with what I have here, this is another button that is doing the same thing. It's not the one I've just sewn on, but it's one that's about to come off. So I can cut that off and reattach that and make sure that I don't lose that. And that really doesn't take any more than 5 to 10 minutes. If you are, I'm just going to do this here. So it's a really quick repair. It's a simple one. I think it's one of those that's really common. Losing a button happens. It's just you'll tend to find that it happens at an area that has a lot of wear and stress. And so all you need to do, a needle thread and the time it takes. And that's it. I don't know if anyone has any questions about that, but we can move on to our next repair, which involves another thing that tends to happen. Clothing will, at the seams, tend to split, or at an area that has a great deal of stress. So jeans, even a shirt sleeve as well, might be worn through. So what you can do with that, and this is one I've created a video giving you more detail. So on the video, it's these jeans that I have here that are repaired. And all you do is start off with a small piece of fabric. There we go. That will cover the area where the hole appeared. And not surprising, so this appeared in the backside, this hole, it was just worn through. So simply attaching a patch, as I did here, doesn't matter how bad it looks on the inside, just by using the sewing machine, I did a straight stitch around this patched area. Let's see if I can show you a little bit more. You can see the contrast between the patch on the inside. There we go. Whoop. I just attached it from the inside, turn the jeans inside out, and then just began to sew over that area with a thread that was very close in color. So I keep doing this the wrong way. So that is the result of a hole that was in those jeans. It actually becomes, it covers it. The jeans themselves, again, truthfully, these jeans, I discovered the hole probably 4 or 5 months ago and put it aside, didn't wear them for all that time, but the repair itself is as simple as finding a piece of fabric that matches and attaching it with a single stitch through the sewing machine, and then just going over it again and again with the sewing machine to cover the hole and attach the patch to the inside. And there we go. Jeans are going to be back in circulation. Again, something that it allows me to keep wearing something that I wanted in my wardrobe to begin with. I bought it because I liked it, and now I get the chance to wear it again. So to give you a little bit of a demonstration of something like that, I have another example of something that is, sure enough, it's split at a seam. That's pretty typical. Like I said, wear and tear, that happens a lot. So a quick way, this is a little bit easier when it's on the seam itself. It's a material that has a lot of stretch. They're workout pants. So I wouldn't necessarily attach something to as a patch in this area, because something if it didn't have the same amount of stretch, it would actually create a pull when I attached it. So that means that if it was like a hard type of cotton, like a very strong cotton fabric, I could sew it over, but that material wouldn't have the same kind of stretch that exists in these pants, as you can see. So one way to deal with that is to just simply start at the seam itself and do the same thing that I had just indicated, just sewing it over at the seam and then over and over again with the thread on the machine. And I'm just looking at our time. I'm going to show you how quick that is. Again, another item of clothing where the hole existed, but there was nothing wrong with the clothing itself. So I really wanted to keep it, but I put it aside and didn't take the time to do the mending. I mean, we're all very busy, lots of different things going on. So let me show you how quick it is then to make a repair. So sure enough, I've got my machine here and I've got the thread. I've got a matching thread. What I'm going to do, I'm going to try and change the angle of the camera so you can just see what I'm doing with the machine as well. Let me just do this for you. Perfect. Here we go. So all I'm going to do with this, I'm going to just choose a stitch, which is just a simple straight stitch, because I'm going to sew up where there was originally a hole, or where the hole began, pardon me. It's black on black, so that can be a little bit tricky to see. So what I'm going to do is going to put a pin in where the hole exists so I can see what I'm doing while I'm doing it. Again, it's just the prep it takes to do some of these repairs. I'm going to lay it down underneath the presser foot right here, and just simply take a single stitch all the way between the two pins, just to get that started and to close up the hole that's here. I'm going to start by just taking the side wheel, taking a couple of stitches to get me started and placed where I want to be. That's okay, pretty easy. Just making sure that everything's flat underneath. There's always the preparation. I'm going to go back a couple stitches, a back stitch. By doing that, going forward and back, that will lock the fabric into place. So with the button, when we sewed it, we had to sew a knot at the end. With a sewing machine, it does it for you. You come forward a couple stitches and then just back. And now it's just simply between the area that's been ripped, coming straight down. The pin is telling me where to stop. I'm actually going to take that pin out right now. Go down a little bit further. Still making sure that I'm on the seam. Maybe a slight adjustment there. Just want to make sure. It's always best when doing a repair that you sew a little bit before and after where you've seen the tear appear. And when creating or making a patch, if you want to, like we did with the jeans on the inside, cut that piece of fabric a little bit bigger than you need. You can always trim it if it's not required. But if it's too small to start, you'll find yourself having to begin the project again. So I'm just going down a little bit further, lifting up to back stitch, just to lock that into place. So this is live on the internet, so anything can happen. So let's just have a look and see if I managed to do what I hope to do. With mending, it's always important to know that because you're covering something that's already been ripped or torn, you may be aware of where the rip or tear is. That's okay. It may not be as beautiful as when you first purchased it, but what we're doing here, we're making these changes and adjustments so that we can continue to wear our items of clothing. Right, so I'm just having a quick look at what I did. And I'm going to show you here on the camera. So where there was once a hole, it's not there any longer. And I still have within the fabric, I've got the stretch of it. So again, you're listening to me do all the talking, but that took no more than 5 minutes, 10 minutes from pinning it, getting it on the machine, making a few little adjustments and talking away. Really quick. So that's just the first stitch for that. What I would probably do with this as well. It's great. It's covered over where the original, I know it's black. I'll apologize for that. See if I can do this to help you see. That no longer is there as a tear. And because I've followed the seam all the way down, it allows the pull that's necessary, the stretch for this item of clothing. And that's really it. I could go over this little seam a couple more times to reinforce what's there, and I probably will. because that's just going to create more strength and more stability. And honestly, so now with just a couple of items of clothing there, I'm going to come back so we can, there we go. So just with a couple of those repairs, sewing on a button, something that's at the seam, taking advantage of using a sewing machine. As I said, it's always just the prep, having the items nearby that are going to help you do the project. The projects themselves don't have to take that long as well at all. Just going to show you a final project that, again, it's on the canned video that hopefully you can watch later. We have here a shirt. So with the shirt itself, you'll notice, I'm going to stand up, you're going to see two different lengths. There to there. So this shirt, nothing wrong with it. Great condition, all the buttons, everything there. Actually bought secondhand as well, but it didn't fit the person properly. The guy who was wearing it had really long arms. And so the shirt itself wasn't useful for him because it appeared to be too short, although the rest of the body fit him perfectly. So made an adjustment to the shirt, the length of the shirt sleeve. Something like that is just, again, it's just a matter of taking the measurement for the person who wants to wear it and creating an inside hem. I know this is all just demonstration. It's a bit of a longer project, but again, it's just taking the measurements, taking the fabric, turning it onto the inside. Sorry, I'll make sure you can see that. That's the inside of the shirt. And then creating or sewing a hem at the end to create a new shirt sleeve length. Is it worth it doing all that? Well, there was nothing wrong with the shirt itself. It's in really good condition. It could be worn. And in doing it, it's also an important thing to remember with clothing that's being made, everything's made in different places to different standard sizes. So you pick something up, maybe it's a gift, maybe, but you put it on someone and you find it doesn't fit properly. Well, that can make us a little self-conscious about ourselves, that somehow we're the wrong shape or length. And truthfully, it's not, it's the clothing. So knowing that you can adjust clothing, you can change the length, the size of it, means that the clothing you have can have greater wear. And you can, again, you keep it long term. Now, in speaking to people about these little projects, things like that, I had someone say to me, well, I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't fit, I can just donate it. I can get rid of it. Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, though, the clothing still has value. So whatever money and time was put into acquiring that clothing, in giving it away without making a few little adjustments, you're donating it. It does get sold on. So someone still sees value in it and they're making money off it anyways. Just with a couple repairs, you can keep the clothing for yourself because you bought it, you liked it. There was a reason why you have it in your wardrobe. Just taking the time to do these things will keep everything in circulation. As well, long term, it keeps things out of the landfill. Clothing, fabrics, materials like this don't break down quickly. So there's a really good reason to keep using these things as long as you can and finding use for them. And so with that, it just starts with a few different repairs. So we've got a couple minutes left. Does anyone have any questions or want me to go over anything else in some of what I've shown you today? Please just put any comments into the chat. That will be great. Does anyone have their own tips or suggestions for making your clothing last that little bit longer? If not, I'm going to continue with these buttons. I can see that they are, again, it's coming apart. Eventually I'm going to lose it. So all I'm going to do with this button, although it's already attached, it might seem counterintuitive, I'm going to cut it off, measure out some thread, and then reattach it to make sure that I don't lose it. That's another part of an important part about repairs, things like that. Making repairs, finding holes or tears in your clothing. It's really important that once a tear starts, that you repair it as soon as possible. It's natural that something that is small, a small hole somewhere in a pair of jeans, maybe at the knee, or even something in a shirt at the elbow, that with continued wear, that hole is going to get bigger and bigger, and it's going to become a little bit more challenging, a lot more challenging to try and fix it. So definitely, the moment you see something starting to wear out, well, put it aside and then take the time to repair it. It's so much easier to do it when it's a small hole. And even at this moment, these buttons that I'm looking at, knowing that they are beginning to fray, they're going to come off. Because I've got the time here, I've prepared myself. I'm going to get the thread and actually just sew on another button. It's only going to take a minute, and this button is not going to get lost.
We have one question from someone asking if for stretchy materials, could you use a zigzag stitch?
Yeah, you could totally use a zigzag stitch. So that's a really good idea. With that, the zigzag will allow you, of course, more movement within the fabric itself. So because that the original repair that I did was right on the seam itself, it was easy enough to continue with that seam. But definitely a zigzag stitch will allow you more pull and more movement within your fabric. Yeah, that's a really good point. And that's something where when I come back to it, I will, along the seam, I'll make an adjustment with the sewing machine to use another stitch, and then still have that movement within it. With the denim as well, you can do a zigzag on the denim as well, or you can do a straight stitch, depending on how visible or where the hole will be. If you continue with a straight stitch on the denim, it will render the hole or the patch almost invisible if you continue in that way. So that's great too. Again, we want to make with a lot of repairs, you can also make them decorative. If it's something that's happening in a pair of jeans at the knee, you don't have to use a thread that actually matches the color of the jeans. You could choose, if these are jeans that you're going to be wearing, maybe less so out, but within the house, you could choose a thread of any color and make it decorative. So it's entirely up to you. There's really no limits to what you do. It's just knowing that you can do it, that it's available for you to do. So either a small simple hand stitch, starting as we did with a needle and thread to attach the button, or moving on to using a sewing machine and letting it do the work for you. So we're just coming down to the last couple of minutes of today's presentation. Thank you so much for joining us. If there's any other questions, I'd be very happy to do that. So I'm just measuring out the thread right now for sewing on the next button. So if you have anything in your closet right now, maybe you want to think about it. Think about what you can do to bring it back to life and bring it back into circulation within your own wardrobe. Also know that the buttons that we have now in our shirts, which are just mainly for keeping our clothing fastened and tightly around us, that they've been in use for nearly 5,000 years. So, I mean, they're ubiquitous. They're everywhere now, especially if you need to find buttons. It's very easy to go into somewhere like I mentioned, a dollar store or a fabric store and find a bag of buttons. So if you've lost your button and you just don't have an extra one, and your shirt hasn't come with one, sometimes they come with them attached to the labels, then you can go and find a bag of buttons and just take, do your repairs from that. So thank you so much for joining us. We've got so many more things that are happening today throughout the day. I wanted to share some of that with you. So there is going to be, right after me, it's going to be music, beat making, and coding with Sonic Pi. So we'll go from sort of the hand arts into electronics. We've got simple computer upgrades as well, something I'm going to join. And then we also have building a paper roller coaster. So looking forward to all of these programs. We're so glad that we can do this for you today online, making this a part of your day. Thank you so much for joining us for Makerfest number 3. It's been great to take some time today. In the end, I've managed to do some my own repairs and show you how to do them. So I know that this clothing that I've just had in a pile for the last little while is going to now be back in circulation. So if we don't have any more questions, and I'll wait and see.
No more questions coming in at the moment. Just have a few people saying thank you for the program.
Hey, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time to join me this morning. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to go and have my breakfast now, a very large coffee, but I will be back to see more of the programs. Looking forward to seeing what else my colleagues are going to be working on today. So thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciated it and really appreciated the opportunity to show you. Yay, Makerfest number 3. We're on our way. Thanks for joining us.
Okay, let's get started. I'm going to be sharing my screen momentarily. I'm going to do a brief presentation, and I will get into the hands-on portion right after the presentation. So I just want to welcome everybody to this workshop on music, beat making, and coding with Sonic Pi. My name is Kahan. I am the Client Experience Specialist for Technology at Pickering Public Library. And I welcome you to today's workshop on using Sonic Pi to learn how to do some very basic coding and a little bit of music making at the same time. So I'm just going to share my screen right now. And hopefully everybody can see my main screen. So let's get started with the presentation first. So what is Sonic Pi? So Sonic Pi is a code-based music creation and performance tool. So using Sonic Pi, you can learn how to make music and code all in one application. The really neat thing about Sonic Pi is that it's simple enough for everybody to learn, young students even. It's simple enough for computing as well as music lessons, but it's powerful enough for professional musicians. I'm going to be showing a website in a few minutes that uses Sonic Pi and does a lot of really great advanced stuff. So it's simple enough to learn for everybody, yet it's powerful enough for even professional musicians to use. It is based on the Ruby programming language. So if you have previous programming experience, does it really matter what type of programming experience you have? But if you've coded previously using Ruby, using Sonic Pi is going to be very, very easy, and it should be just a natural fit for you. With Sonic Pi, you learn to code creatively by composing or performing music in an incredible range of styles. The other really, really good thing about Sonic Pi is that it's free and it's open source. So you don't have to pay anything. Very simple download. And it's available for everyone as it's free and open source. The other thing with Sonic Pi is that you can use Sonic Pi to do what's called live coding. Now, anyone that has used a software package such as Ableton Live is a really, really good digital audio workstation software, often referred to as a DAW, D-A-W. Sonic Pi can be used just like Ableton Live. Ableton Live could be used to record music as well as by DJs in a live scenario, like let's say at a club or something like that, or at a wedding. So DJs can use Ableton Live. You can also do the same thing with Sonic Pi, and we'll see how that works in a little bit. So you can use Sonic Pi as a DJ tool and actually run code with it already running, just like a live instrument. The other thing about Sonic Pi is that even though the word Pi is in its name, it's not just for the Raspberry Pi. It is available for Windows, Mac, Raspberry Pi OS, as well as Linux with some effort. With Linux, you have to manually compile it and all of that stuff. I don't believe that they have an installer for Linux. I'm going to be showing you the Windows version of Sonic Pi today, as I have Sonic Pi installed on my Windows machine. Concepts in Sonic Pi. One of the most important things to know about Sonic Pi is that because you're using code, you're using programming code. Programming code is oftentimes executed sequentially, line by line, as is the case with Sonic Pi. Same thing, okay? But there is a little thing that you need to be aware of. Music is heavily dependent on the notion of time and timing. Beats per minute, for example. Very, very important. So timing in music is everything. I'm not a professional musician. However, I do know that that is an important concept in music. But when time is not explicitly defined in Sonic Pi, everything happens simultaneously. So for example, sounds are played together, which form what's referred to as a chord, which I will show shortly. So if you don't want everything to happen simultaneously in Sonic Pi, you have to introduce what's referred to as sleep elements. So basically a sleep element is just a little bit of code where you're giving each line a little bit of a break, okay, in basically time, in seconds. The Sonic Pi user interface is very, very easy to use. It is unconventional, however, if you've used any other type of Windows or Mac program in the past. It doesn't really look native to Windows or Mac as far as an application user interface is concerned. However, it is very, very easy to use. I'm not going to be showing the interface on this slide. This is just a brief just a little snapshot of what it looks like. I'm going to delve into the interface in a few moments. MIDI values in Sonic Pi. This is important because MIDI is a very advanced topic in electronic music making. But basically, MIDI is specifically related to electronic music making. There's something called MIDI values, and Sonic Pi taps into MIDI. Basically, you can use MIDI in Sonic Pi, no issues whatsoever. So looking at this chart, so with MIDI values, you have values from 0 to 127. So you have a total of 128 values in MIDI. So 0 actually is a number. Okay, for computers, 0 is a valid number. So this chart simply shows that if you wanted to, for example, in our first example, I'm going to be typing out MIDI value 67. So if we were to type out that MIDI value, it is the equivalent of the G note in the 4th octave. Okay, so what I've done is I've actually uploaded this image to the Zoom chat. I believe Shaheen will also be making it available in the YouTube chat as well. But this is a very good handy chart to always keep on hand when you're working with Sonic Pi. As you'll see in a few moments, this is going to come in very, very handy. If you're used to musical notation values, that is supported in Sonic Pi as well. So that's the wonderful thing about using Sonic Pi, is that you can use MIDI values if you're familiar with MIDI, or you can use traditional music notation values. And that's very easy to work with in Sonic Pi as well. If you wanted the C note, all you would do is enter :C. But what if you wanted to, for example, work with octaves? Okay, so an octave is basically in music, I believe, once again, I'm not a professional musician, but it's basically a frequency range. Okay, so the lower the octave, the lower the sound is. Okay, so in this example over here, looking at a traditional piano / keyboard, I guess, you have 7 octaves. So obviously, as you're playing notes to the left of the keyboard, the notes are going to be lower. And as you move towards the right of the keyboard, the frequency ranges, the octaves, are going to increase. So from one octave to another, it's basically double the frequency. In music, you have 7 notes from A to G. So as you can see with this piano example over here, we have all of the notes, and we have the octaves listed off over here. So for example, if you wanted to play the G note in the 4th octave in Sonic Pi, all you would have to do is type play and then a space, :G for the G note, and then 4 to designate that you want to play this G note in the 4th octave. So once again, very, very intuitive to work with music notation values in Sonic Pi. There's also another concept for duration of a note. Okay, so for example, if you wanted to have a more of a higher sound and a longer release, you can actually put a couple of these properties after playing a note. You don't have to do this. This is optional. These are just properties if you want to, for example, designate an attack value and a release value. And these are designated in beats. Okay, so the higher the number you choose, the longer the note is going to appear to be playing out. Additional resources. Really, there's 2 main ones. I will just swing over to my browser in 1 second. But basically, Sonic Pi's official website, that should be the first place you go to with regards to Sonic Pi. And obviously, you need to go to this website to download Sonic Pi. This website, Mihakit's Creative Programming Workshop, I highly, highly recommend using this website. It's an incredible resource for Sonic Pi, very easy to follow, lots of good examples, and easy to follow, and very thorough. So I'll just minimize this right now. And this is the official Sonic Pi website. So it's sonic-pi.net. When you go to the website, there are lots of tutorials on the website. And you can download Sonic Pi for whatever computer you wish to use. Now, it should be noted once again that if you have a Raspberry Pi device, you can actually install Sonic Pi on the Raspberry Pi, and it works very well. It was actually designed originally for the Raspberry Pi. And this is MeHackit's website, so sonic-pi.mehackit.org. Once again, I've uploaded my presentation along with those charts to the Zoom chat, and I believe this will be uploaded to the YouTube chat as well. This is an incredible resource. A lot of my examples and the presentation actually came from this website. So let's start using Sonic Pi over here. And let's just go into some of the user interface elements first. So on the top left-hand corner over here, you have what's referred to as your player controls. So as you're typing out code in this section over here, which is referred to as the code editor. Okay, so this is the code editor portion over here. So as you're typing in code, all you need to do is hit the run button over here. To stop, obviously you hit stop. The really neat thing about Sonic Pi is you can actually record what you're playing out. So if you hit record, it will allow you to save to a WAV file on your computer. So if you wanted to create a really cool music piece and you want to share it on SoundCloud, let's say, for example, you can do that very easily in Sonic Pi. As you're typing in code, so notice over here, I have a bunch of different buffers over here with code. You can actually save your code. Now, what I've noticed with Sonic Pi, however, is if you exit out of Sonic Pi, it will remember all of your buffers. Okay, so you shouldn't lose anything if I were to exit out of this right now and come back into Sonic Pi, it should remember all of the code buffers. But if you want to save code for a more permanent storage, or let's say you want to move your code over to another computer, you will want to save it. And basically, if you hit save, I'm defaulting to the music folder over here. You could save it anywhere you want, but basically it saves your code as a RB file, which is designated as a Ruby file, I believe. That's what the .rb stands for. And if you wanted to load a Ruby file, basically it's the same thing. You click load and select your file. Over here is the scope viewer. As you're playing music, okay, it basically forms a waveform. Okay, so if anyone's worked with audio and has seen a waveform in action, basically that's what the scope viewer is. It just gives you kind of like a more of a visual representation of what your sound sounds like. Okay, the log viewer is very important as you're going through various lines of code. You're going to see this log viewer kind of running. Okay, so you'll see your code as it's working through sequentially line by line. The queue viewer is I think it's mostly for samples. I will explain what a sample is in a few minutes, okay? But basically, it's going to show you the upcoming samples that's going to be played out. I believe the queue viewer is more important for, let's say, for like live DJing, so you kind of see a visual representation of what's coming up. On the the top right-hand corner, you have editor controls. So for example, if I wanted to size up, size down, or size up the text, you do that over here. You can also toggle certain things on and off. So for example, the scope viewer could be toggled on and off. If you want to click on info, and you need to know what version of Sonic Pi you're running. So I believe this is the most recent version of Sonic Pi, which is 3.2.2. Very easy to get to with the info window. You have preferences, okay? I typically leave everything as default. I typically don't go into preferences and start fiddling around with stuff. But if you wanted to, let's say, adjust the master volume, for example, that would be done in the preferences pane over here. Help. So notice I can toggle help on and off. Highly recommend, if you're using Sonic Pi for the very first time, to have the help always enabled. Okay, it's very unobtrusively kind of visually shown on the bottom. Doesn't really affect your coding window over here, and it comes in very handy because the help system basically goes into everything to do with Sonic Pi. Okay. So, and there are actual code examples as well. So if you wanted to, let's say, copy and paste this live loop example, which I will be showing in a few minutes what a live loop is. Lastly, when it comes to the user interface, we have we have something called buffers. So by default, Sonic Pi gives you 9 buffers. And buffers are just basically code. Think of them as code windows. Okay, so you have 9 buffers. So notice I have code in buffer number 6, number 7, number 8, and number 9. Okay. And what's cool about buffers is, let's say I'm doing a lot of coding in buffer number 0. And I just want to experiment with something. I don't want to affect what's going on in one buffer, but I just want to play out something just to see how something is going to sound. You could very easily swing over to an empty buffer. So let's say buffer number 1. And if I wanted to, let's say, type out something, and if I wanted to play it out, I can very easily do that. Then I can just swing back over to my active buffer, which would be 0. I'll just remove this for the time being. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move my notes over here. So let's get into actual coding with Sonic Pi. The first thing you'll notice as soon as you go into an empty buffer in Sonic Pi is the welcome to Sonic Pi. The important thing to note, however, here is the hash. Okay. Now, anyone who has coded previously knows that commenting is very important in programming. You always want to have comments because commenting will allow you to go back at a later time and kind of, see what you were doing, what your thought process is, or if you're giving your code to someone else, it just makes it easier to read. So I can comment here. So any line with a hash, my first Sonic Pi example. So anything with a hash will be ignored by Sonic Pi. Okay, give myself a little bit of breathing room. So what I'll do now is I'll type out the word play and type out a value 67. So if you recall from my presentation, the chart that I showed, this is going to be MIDI value 67. So if I want to play it out, simply type in play and then whatever MIDI value. And if you notice the scope viewer over here, when I play it, you'll notice the waveform play out. And if I look at my log viewer over here, it basically tells me that it played out the, it completed the code run, all runs completed, no errors. It played out MIDI value note 67. Okay. Give myself a little bit of breathing room. I'll give myself an empty line. Let's try something else now. Because remember, with Sonic Pi, you're actually coding. So with coding, you can do a little bit of math if you wanted. So let's type this out and let's see if this is actually going to work. I'll hit run. Notice that it also got a little bit louder as well. And notice that it played both of these simultaneously. And they're both lines are identical. The only difference between this line and this line is that I'm doing a little bit of a mathematical calculation over here. So 60 plus 7 obviously equals 67. So when I run this back and look at the log viewer, okay, according to Sonic Pi, there is no difference whatsoever. Both of these are valid. Okay, moving along, let's continue. And I'll do play. This time, however, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a notation value. So colon G4. Play it out. Okay. Notice that it got much louder because it's playing back all three of these simultaneously. Okay. And if we look at the log viewer over here, once again, it's playing out MIDI value 67. So the play G4 is identical to all of these other lines. Now, it's playing everything simultaneously. Sometimes we want that, sometimes we don't want that. So if we want to space things out, we need to introduce what's referred to as a sleep element. Okay, so all we need to do is type in sleep. I'll put a 1 second sleep in between each of these. As you're typing, notice that Sonic Pi drops down. It kind of does an autofill. If you just hit the tab, it basically will fill the rest of the word in. It's a real time saver. Now, if I play back this code, it should have a 1 second break in between each. Perfect. It did exactly what I wanted it to do. Okay. Now let's add another 3 lines over here. Okay. And I will show you what this is going to do in a sec. I'll just run this code now. Okay, so it played back MIDI note 67 twice. Then it kind of simultaneously, because I don't have a sleep element after this G note over here, it basically kind of meshed it in with the rest. So what I need to do is I need to add a sleep element here. So I'll do the same thing and hit run. Okay, so it played this line, 1 second break, played this line, 1 second break, played this line, 1 second break. Then it played once again, because I don't have sleep elements, it played all 3 of these notes simultaneously. Okay. I'm just going to move this over here. So by playing out these 3 last notes, essentially what I've done is I've played back a chord. Okay, a chord is a group typically of 3 or more notes sounded together as a basis of harmony. Okay, let's do something now while we have this buffer still active. Okay, what I'm going to do is I will, let's say I'm typing and I misspell this. Okay, let's have a look at how Sonic Pi handles errors. So I'll play back. Bingo, there we go. So it played back these three notes, no problem whatsoever, because there was no error. And it immediately stopped because it recognized that it doesn't know what this word is. Okay. So it puts an arrow right before the error. And it actually, Sonic Pi does a very good job at explaining what the actual error is. So undefined method play. Okay. Did you mean play? Well, of course I did. Of course I meant play. So all I need to do is change that back. And whoops. Once again, that's a typo. I got two Y's there. So I'll just play this back. Okay, so once again, played back these three notes with a 1 second break, and it played back this chord. Now, let's say I don't want a chord. I want a melody, okay? These are three different MIDI values. So it's going to basically be going up in scale. So I'll put in a half a second, okay? So this is to show that you don't have to use a full second. I can even do a quarter second. So 0.5 is a half second, 0.25 is quarter second. Let's play this back and we'll see what it's going to do. Okay, bingo, there we go. It played back the melody, okay? It spaced it out. It didn't play it as a chord. It didn't play all three notes simultaneously. And if you notice, the jump from MIDI value 75 to 79 was a lot quicker because I have a quarter second sleep interval as opposed to half second and 1 full second over here. I'll just play this back again. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Moving along. Let's say this is good. So far, it's Sonic Pi is doing exactly what I wanted to do. However, it's using the built-in default synthesizer. Okay. Let's say I don't want that. Let's say I want to use another synthesizer. So we need to define that. So how you do that in Sonic Pi is I want to use a different synthesizer for these three notes. So we go use underscore synth. Remember, you can just hit the tab key. And you need a space. You need a colon. And let's do the TB303. And I'll just hit tab. Okay, let's play this back now and we'll see how Sonic Pi is going to handle this. Perfect. Wow, that sounded really cool. So if I wanted to change the synthesizer again, I could choose another synth. So I'll just do the saw. Cool. Really neat. Okay. So we're using a synthesizer. Remember, you can use commenting to your advantage. Okay. If I wanted to, let's say I didn't want to use a synthesizer now, tested it out. I didn't like it, but I want to save it for future reference. You can simply comment that out. And if I were to play that back, it'll basically ignore that line. Perfect. Okay. Let's so now that we saw how a synthesizer works, let's go into a fresh buffer over here. Let's learn a little bit about looping. Okay. So I want to, if anyone's following along, they can type this in. And the way you do a loop in Sonic Pi is you define the loop. So for.times do. And what I'll do is I'll do an internal loop as well. Okay. 4 times do. Play 60. I'll do a sleep at quarter second. Okay, I'm going to end my internal loop. Give myself a little bit of space. I will play the D note in the 4th octave. Give myself a half-second sleep. Play the F note in the 4th octave. Give myself another half-second over here. Now I need to end the loop. Okay, you always have to end the loop. So let me just quickly explain what this is going to do. It's going to run through all of these lines of code. It's going to play the internal loop. It's going to play the MIDI note 64 times with a 1/4 second sleep interval. Then it's going to proceed to play the D note in the 4th octave with a half-second, followed by the F note in the 4th octave with a half-seconds. Let me run this through and we'll see what it's going to do. Cool. That did exactly what I wanted it to do. So if you notice, it played, so we have an external loop, we have an internal loop, both are defined at 4, to loop back 4 times, okay? So in other words, the loop has a start and it has a finish point. I'm telling the code to run 4 times only. So we can change this. Let's say I want the whole thing to play back twice, 2 times, but I still want the internal loop to play 4 times. So in total, this is going to cycle 2 times because of the external loop being defined as with the number 2. Let me run this and then we'll see what it's going to do. There we go. So instead of playing it back 4 times, it just played it back twice. And I will say 120. What this does is you're defining a beats per minute for the entire buffer, okay? So irrelevant of the timings going on over here, this is going to speed up or slow down the entire buffer in its entirety, okay? Let me play this back and we'll see what it's going to do. Wow, cool, really fast. So you can experiment with it. You can do 80. Or you can really slow it down if you wanted and do 40. Okay, I think we get the point here. So what I will do is I will comment that out and then basically just plays it back at normal speed. Okay. So we saw how looping works, okay, with this type of looping. Let's do something different now, okay? We'll do what's referred to as a live loop. Okay, start a new buffer. And what we'll do is we'll go live loop. Okay, you have to give yourself a space. Now we'll do we'll do drums. Okay, and now what we're telling Sonic Pi is we want to do a live loop. Okay, a live loop is an infinite loop. It's just going to keep playing back consistently. This is important because when you're when you're making music, sometimes you want the drum beat to go for the entire track. So live looping is really, really handy in this case. Okay, so the other couple of things you need to be aware of with live loops is you need to give it a unique name. So in my case, I'm just using the name drums. Okay, this part could be whatever you want. This is the name for the loop, but you can't have 2 loops with the same name. The loop names have to be unique. Okay, let's load up what's called what's referred to as a sample. Okay, and I'll do drum, and I'll do the bass, where is it? Kick. I'll do the heavy kick. Okay, and I'll end my loop and we'll see what it's going to do. Okay, so it played back a kick drum, but only once. Okay. The other defining feature of a live loop is you have to have at least one sleep element, okay, for it to continuously loop back, okay? Notice that Sonic Pi over here, loop did not sleep or sync. So it's basically telling me, hey, you defined a live loop, but I can't loop through the whole thing because you need to have at least one sleep element, okay? We'll put a 1 second sleep, okay? Play back. Cool. Okay. I'll speed it up just a little bit. Do a half second. Okay. Let's do something else here. I'll do sample and I'll do drum and I'll do the snare hard. Okay. And once again, I need to have a sleep. Okay. Play this back. So it's just basically going to hit the kick, hit the snare, hit the kick, hit the snare continuously in a loop. Cool. Okay. Now, I didn't explain what a sample is. Okay? A sample basically is a live recording of an actual instrument. Okay? When you're loading a sample, you're actually loading an audio file. Okay? If we go over to the log viewer over here, we can see that it's loading what's referred to as a FLAC file. For both the kick drum and the snare. So a FLAC file is just like an audio file. It's basically like a WAV file or an MP3. Okay. But it's an actual recording. So someone actually went into a studio with a recorder and actually recorded the snare drum being hit and the kick drum being pressed. Okay. So let's do something else here. We'll add a hi-hat. Okay, live loop. So as soon as I type that in, I can go tab and I'll call this hi-hat and do and sample drum underscore symbol, and I'll do closed. Okay. And I'll do sleep 0.25. And I'll just load up one more sample. And we'll see how this is going to play out in a sec. And symbol, and I'll do pedal. And I'll do a 1 second sleep. And I have to end my loop. Okay. I'll play this back. We'll see exactly what it's going to do. Cool. Okay. Let me just, what I'll do is I'll copy and paste rather than typing. Okay. I'll just play this back now and we'll see what it's going to do. It basically did the same thing. Actually, what I wanted to do is I believe I need a 1 second. I'll do sleep 1. So the other thing with Sonic Pi is there are no mistakes, okay? You can experiment. Feel free to experiment, change values here and there, and just, there are no mistakes. Just have fun with it. It's really, really fun to code and make music at the same time. So I'll just run this. Okay. I'll go to my buffer over here. Okay. So the workshop is wrapping up. I'm just going to play back this buffer right now, and then we'll see, because there's another element here that we're not going to have time to get into. But basically, you can introduce drums, hi-hats, bass. Okay, there's a whole bunch of different live loop samples that you could that you can use in Sonic Pi. I'll play this out. Cool. Okay, so over here, once again, we're using a synthesizer, and it's that really kind of raunchy, low, really nice bass line over here. Okay, as long as you're playing back notes and you have some sleep elements, it's all spaced out good. The one last thing that I will mention about the live loops is that notice what it's doing. When I'm playing back this buffer, it's actually playing back every single live loop simultaneously. That's the other thing about live loops, is that you can build out a very nice track using live loops. The live loops extend throughout. They're infinite. They just keep going and going, okay, until you hit stop. And they play all simultaneously. So the more live loops you add, it just builds one instrument on top of the other. And I'll show you one last buffer over here. If you go to that MeHacket's website, they explain another thing called a play pattern timed. And basically what this does is, rather than having all of these individual play lines, you're putting everything on one line. Okay, so you're defining all of your notes and you're defining all of the timing values. Okay, I find it easier, however. I know that this saves lines of code, so you're putting basically everything on one line of code. I find this hard to read because you have to designate the C4 note with this portion over here. It's just harder to read. I kind of prefer putting each thing on its own line. It's just visually easier to read, but that's my preference. Okay. And that is the end of this workshop. I just want to open it up for any questions at this point. I will stop my screen share now. Are there any questions?
Yeah. Can we have one comment and a question?
Okay.
Do you want the comment first or the question?
Comment first is good.
Okay. So Liam says, if you use the string in thread, you can have the hi-hat play at the same time as either kick and or snare.
Yes. So yeah.
One way
Once
to put
again, this was just that's a very good observation. And I did come across that when I was I had to learn a little bit about Sonic Pi 2. I couldn't get into everything today. I just had to get into the basics. But Liam is absolutely correct. Yes, there is that in thread option to do that. Yes. And what is the question?
So the question is from Eric, and it's, can we connect a MIDI keyboard for live performance?
That's a very interesting question. So I have not done that. However, there are, if you go onto Google, I forget, there are a couple of projects out there that have plugins. Okay, because remember, you're using Ruby and all that when working with Sonic Pi. There are some plugins that I've seen on GitHub. Okay, so GitHub is a source code repository for a lot of these projects. And I've seen some of these really, really cool projects. The name of one in particular, which escapes me right now, but basically, it's almost like a full-blown interface. It's almost like Ableton Live. What the way this one person with their project set up Sonic Pi. So there is a way, Eric, of connecting a MIDI keyboard with Sonic Pi. I have not done it, but if you just go on to Google and then just search for Sonic Pi projects, I believe it'll come up. But there is a way of definitely doing that. And I know that some people have done that. I have not, however. Are there any other questions?
So it just seems that, again, another one from Liam. They've shared the Sonic Pi tutorial website. Section 11 of the tutorial on their website will walk you through that, is what they're saying.
Walk you through the in-thread?
MIDI.
MIDI, yep. Let me just quickly share my screen again. And can everyone see this? Shaheen, you could see it?
Yep.
So once again, I highly recommend leaving the help viewer on, okay? And Liam is correct. You can go to the website, absolutely. I also find YouTube very, very helpful. There's tons of videos on YouTube with people using Sonic Pi and all that. But if you scroll down in the help section, somewhere there is MIDI right there, okay? And oh, there we go. See, I didn't even get that far into the help, but there is actually a way that you can connect a MIDI controller. Now, going back to Eric's question, I think it was Eric that I was asking this. A MIDI controller is basically a keyboard, okay? Remember with MIDI, okay, I know I didn't fully define it. It's a very complex concept in electronic music making. If you go to Wikipedia and you type in MIDI, and then you can read the full definition. But the important thing to remember is when you have a MIDI controller, typically a MIDI controller is a keyboard. I have my MIDI controller in my closet. Unfortunately, I can't show you guys right now, but the important thing to remember with a MIDI controller is that it actually doesn't play back any sounds. Okay, so if you were to plug a MIDI controller in and then hit the keyboard, it doesn't do anything. A MIDI controller needs to be linked to, let's say, a drum machine. Okay, so you hook up a MIDI keyboard controller to a drum machine, and then you can control the drum machine using the keyboard. Same thing with software like Ableton Live, and in this case, actually, Sonic Pi. You plug in a MIDI controller, and then you can basically control using hardware. You can control certain things. So. But going back, definitely both Liam and Eric are spot on, and just have the help section or the help tab open and experiment, have lots of fun with Sonic Pi. There are no mistakes, and just basically go through the help sections down on the bottom left over here as you're progressing with Sonic Pi.
One quick question from Eric was, have you used the USB program launching software?
The USB program launching software. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Can you be more specific, Eric, in the chat? I'm not sure what you mean by USB program launching software. Is there a certain name of this program or that you can share with everyone in the chat? USB program launching software. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what he's referring to. I'm just reading. There was an option to launch the software. Oh yes. I think what Eric is referring to is yes. I'll share my screen again very quickly, and I believe this is what he's referring to. If I go back to the Sonic Pi website, can you see this, Shaheen?
Yep.
Okay. If you go down to Windows, I believe you can actually run Sonic Pi as a portable app. So you actually don't even need to install it, which is cool. You can, there's something called portable apps. If you just Google portable apps, very cool. You can run Firefox as a portable app. LibreOffice can run as a portable app. In this case, you can run Sonic Pi as a portable app as well. What's really handy about that is, let's say you go to a friend's house and they have Windows and they don't want to install Sonic Pi, you can actually run Sonic Pi straight off of a USB stick, which is really, really neat. I believe that's what he's referring to. Now, I'm not using the portable app in this case, but I'm using the Windows version, but definitely you can run it straight off of a USB stick as well. And if there are no other questions.
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone for being here with us today for this workshop. I had a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys had fun and hopefully you learned something. I know that it was just covering just the basics. Obviously it was just a 40-minute workshop, but I encourage everyone to download Sonic Pi, have fun, experiment. There are no mistakes. Remember, just have fun and play around with it, and just try different things. Change values here and there, change the timings, and you'll learn a lot by doing that. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm glad you could join me today to learn how to make a self-watering plant. And I'm also glad you can join us for our annual Makerfest event. So today we are going to learn how to make a self-watering plant. This is one I've taken, it's evening primrose, and I took it from our garden in the backyard. And today we're going to plant this plant together. So we'll go through the steps slowly. And if you have any questions along the way, please feel free to add them to the chat box and I can address any questions as we go. And also, as we're doing this, think about different ways that you can use this self-watering plant. I mean, obviously you can have your own plants around your home, but there may be some other things. So just keep that in mind and we can talk about it a bit at the end, different ways you can use this, this new self-watering pot. All right, so before we get started, I just want to talk about all of the supplies that you're going to need. You're going to need oh, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Claire and I work at the George Ashe Library primarily. So the first thing you're going to need is a pop bottle. Okay, any pop bottle will do. And then you're going to need some scissors. You're going to need an X-Acto knife. You're going to need some string, some cotton string. You can also use, you could use a shoelace, you can use any kind of cotton. The whole purpose of the cotton is to absorb the water and act as a wicking agent to take the water up to the roots of your plant. Okay, so I've got just some regular cotton string here, but like I said, use any kind of cotton that you have. You will also need a drill with a fairly large drill bit. If you don't have a power drill, you could also use a hammer and a nail. And again, you're going to need a fairly big nail, or you'll have to kind of bang it in a couple of times to make the hole big enough to be able to fit your cotton through. Okay, so drill, and you'll need an iron. And of course, you're going to need a little bit of potting soil and either a trowel, or actually I found working with a spoon a little bit better to put the dirt in more precisely. And then some kind of a plant. And like I said, I dug this out of my garden to practice. but here's a plant I'm going to be planting today. And then lastly, you'll need some water, okay? So let's get started. And some of you might just be watching and learning, but some of you might be participating with me. So here we go. I'm going to first take off the label of this Coke bottle. Just gonna peel it off. Okay, so that I just have my bottle with no label left on it. You might find there's a little bit of the sticker and the glue left on it. It's okay, because we're going to be cutting away this area, so you can just leave that. All right. How's everyone doing? Are there any questions so far? All right, so far so good. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to use the X-Acto knife, and hopefully on your bottle as well, where the label was, there's a line that goes around the top, where the top of the label was, and a line that goes around where the bottom of the label was. That's what we're going to use as our guide. If for any reason your bottle doesn't have a line, you could also use some tape just to wrap around, and that will give you a guide as well. So mine does have these lines. So I'm going to start with the bottom, the line closer to the bottom of the bottle, and use my X-Acto knife. Now you do have to press fairly hard to make the first hole. Let's see, can you see? There we go. All right, once you've got the hole, then you can go ahead with your scissors, and you just want to cut all the way around and cut the bottom of the bottle off. Find that hole again, there we are. And there I go. It's fairly easy to cut these bottles. And I'm just going all the way around, cutting, cutting, cutting. Okay, until I've got the bottom cut off. Okay, so now we've got two pieces. We've got the top with the lid, and we've got the bottom. This bottom part is going to be where the water is and the vestibule for your plant on top. So we're going to leave that one aside. And now this top piece is too big. So we're going to want to cut off this part in the middle. And again, I'm going to use this line here near the top of my bottle as a guide and cut around. Make the part that the plant will sit in. And I'm just using my scissors. All right, so now we've got the top and we've got the bottom, and they will be fitting together like that soon. But right now, the top is kind of sharp. So using your iron at a fairly high heat, you are just going to take your edges and just sit it on the iron. You're going to spin it a little bit, press firmly, and this will soften the edge of your bottle and your planter so there are no cuts. Okay, so you can see that there. It's nice and soft. And I'm going to do the same thing with the bottom. Again, just pressing firmly, turning it until I get to the desired thickness that I want. Okay, I think that's good. Turn off my iron. Okay, how's everyone doing? I hope I'm not going too fast. So now you've just got your 2 halves of the bottle. And the next thing we're going to do is drill a hole in the top of the lid so that the string, the wicking string that acts like as a watering root, will be able to fit through. Okay, so I'm going to use a drill, and go ahead and use your drill or a nail if you want. All right, here we go. Okay, so there we go. We've got a hole there now. So we're ready for our next step. I hope everyone did okay with that. It takes a bit of pushing to get the drill through. So the next thing we want to do is create our self-watering wicking cotton strip. And what you want to do is about shoulder width is about the right length. Okay, so you're gonna, for me with my string, I feel that one length of string wouldn't absorb enough water and bring enough water to the roots of my plant. So I'm going to do 5 lengths of cotton string. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 more, 5. Okay, so now I've got 5 lengths. I'm going to twist it a bit because really the whole point of this is to bring water from the bottom where it's being stored up to the soil and the roots of your plant. Okay, so I've got it twisted and now I'm going to stick it through the hole I created in the lid. Let's see how it goes. Okay, it's coming through. I'm just going to pull it through all the way. Okay, so now I've got part of it hanging at the end and part of it in here. I actually only want it to be as long as the depth of the pot. So this is plenty long enough right here. And personally, I just like to tie a knot on either end. So I'm just going to tie a knot at the end of the string here. And another knot at the end of the string here. Okay, so now I am ready to put my plant holder into the bottom of the bottom pot here like this. And again, not too long, not that long. Okay, I'm going to put it in like that. And then the next thing I want to do is add my plant. Now for me, this plant's got a fair bit of dirt in it already. So really, I'm just going to be putting my plant into this top section and maybe adding just a little bit of my dirt around it. But when I took some of the evening primrose from my garden, I really just had the primrose in the roots. So I had to add lots of soil. So you'll see what you need for your plant. But I'm going to take mine right here. And I'm going to take my wicking and I'm going to kind of break up the soil around it because really I want that wicking string to come up through the dirt. And I'm going to press my plant in. How's that looking? There's some dirt up here. Let's see. Push that down. And now I'm going to use a little bit of my potting soil here to add a little bit of dirt where it's needed. Right, so now I've got my plant planted. What I'm going to want to do next is take my water and pour the water into the pot that goes beneath. So I'm pouring my water in. You want to fill it up, you know, about a third of the way, like this. And then I'm going to put my plant in, and there's the cotton that will be in the water. And I place my plant in like that. And that cotton will be bringing water up at a steady rate, not too much, not too little, to keep my plant happy. I'm going to add just a little bit of water to the top here too. And now I've got a plant that is nice and small. It can fit anywhere I'd like to place it. I don't have to worry about watering it or watering it too much and having water standing stagnant at the bottom, which will cause the roots to rot. I'm recycling something that would have just gone to waste had I not reused it. And I can use this for all kinds of things. For instance, what I was thinking is if I wanted to grow herbs through the winter, I could certainly do that. Having, you know, several of these small containers. I was also thinking that what I would like to do is I have a garden, and it's a large garden, and it's very expensive every year to buy plants for my garden. And my father was a gardener, and he always grew seedlings from late March, all kinds of beautiful plants and flowers that I couldn't even find if I wanted to at a garden shop. So I think I'm going to be using my self-watering plant to plant seedlings and start getting excited about spring and trying out some beautiful flowers like lavateria that grows large and beautiful every summer that I can never find at the garden shops. So I'm going to grow my seedlings to have some fun with some unusual plants, as well as to save some money. So we're really all finished. So I just wonder if anyone has any questions or any ideas they'd like to share about how they might use a self-watering plant in their life. Does anyone have any questions or any comments?
So just one question.
Yes.
Is this applicable for orchids too or not?
For children?
Orchids?
Kids, absolutely.
No, orchids.
Oh, sorry, orchids. I would think this would work well for orchids, yes, because if you do this, you will find that the soil is only slightly moist. And I believe with orchids, you don't really want them to get too wet. They're
yes, that's true.
finicky, aren't they? I wonder too, if, you know, there's orchid food that you can get.
Yeah,
orchids.
Correct. We can put that, a little bit of that.
Yeah, I wonder if you measured it carefully, you could put some in the base and then, yeah, water your orchid that way. That's a good question.
Excellent, thank you.
Well, and I see Christy is showing us her plant. Of course, what a wonderful idea. If anyone followed along today and planted their plants, we'd love to see them. Christy, that looks great. Very nice.
And I only made a bit of a mess while I was doing it.
Oh, I made quite a mess when I was doing mine. Good. Do you know what kind of plant is that? Do you know what kind it is?
According to this, it's a Fittonia nerve plant.
Oh, okay. Good. Good. And did you find that fairly easy to do, Christy?
Yeah, no problem.
Good.
I only had a 1 liter bottle though, so mine's a little smaller.
Ah, yes. And you know, you could also do it in a larger bottle. I mean, any bottle will do with the same concept. This is a water bottle. So it would work the same way. Could really use any bottle. Great. Would anyone else who was able to follow along, would anyone else like to show their plant? If you wanted to, if you toggle your arrow over your screen, you'll see in the bottom left, it'll say share video or stop video. So if anybody wanted to share their plant, you could share your video and then everyone would be able to see if you wanted to. And now are there any other questions? All right. Well, I think then we are all set to get started and use our self-watering plants in any way that you see will add enjoyment to your life, whether it's just a plant to enjoy and to purify the air and to make you feel good through the winter, or growing herbs, or in my case, planting seedlings for the winter. Oh yes, someone just said it looks like it would be good for growing vegetables too. That's another excellent idea. You could get your vegetables started in the spring, and yeah, and then you'd be all set to get them in the ground as soon as possible once the spring came. I'm just gonna have a quick check into my chat box, make sure that there's nothing I missed. Okay, better, let's see. Will yarn work? Someone asked if yarn would work. I believe it would. You know, you think about how much yarn, I mean, how much wool can hold. Now, acrylic yarn, I'm not sure, but I would think it would. Wool yarn, I'm certain would. I can remember my father telling me when, you know, he grew up during the Depression and he had a wool bathing suit. And he said it was awful. You'd go out to the ocean and it would just drop down to your ankles because it held so much water. So yes, I think yarn would work. Someone else said, looks great for growing in the spring. Good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. And let's see, another person has asked, can you make it with different materials rather than just water bottles? Like using different pots? Is just having the wick important? Yes, just having the wick is important. Absolutely. So right, you could be creative and use different, you know, colored pots or, you know, planting pots. Yeah, sky's the limit as far as your creativity goes and how you'd like them to look. I mean, this is a very basic one, but yeah, it is. You're right. It's just the wicking string. That's the secret. And I was thinking for mine, I might put a little bit of fertilizer in the mix. Measure it carefully. Yes. All right. Let's just see if there's anything else here. All right. It looks like that's all of the questions for today. So thank you very much for joining us today. And if you are attending any other Makerfest sessions today, I hope you enjoy those too. And yes, yours in gardening and plants always. And thank you for coming.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good day, everybody.
Yes, have a good day.
Okay, just going to give it a minute or so and then I'll get started. All right, guys, welcome to the 1 o'clock time slot. If you're here right now and you're joining us for Makerfest 2020, right now you are joining the program Simple Computer Upgrades. My name is Mark. I'm a client experience associate with the technology team at the Pickering Public Library. For this particular workshop, Kahan is going to be the moderator, so if you got any questions, he'll be fielding those. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so this is going to be some simple computer upgrades, and here's going to be our agenda for the next little while. So the first thing we're going to start off with is discussing reasons to upgrade your PC. And we're going to break this down into two sections. So section one is going to begin with the first simple computer upgrade we're going to be going over, which is upgrading RAM. So what we're going to be taking a look at is first, important preps to do before upgrading RAM. Then we're going to take a look at how to upgrade laptop RAM. We're going to take a look at how to upgrade desktop RAM. And then we're going to move on to section two, which will involve our second simple upgrade, which will be upgrading your hard drive. So just like we did in the RAM section, we're going to take a look at important preps before upgrading. We're going to then take a look at how to upgrade a hard drive at a laptop, how to upgrade a hard drive at a desktop, a summary, and then I'm also going to provide some reference links at the very end, which we'll discuss at the end of the presentation. All right. Assuming everybody can hear me okay, let's get after it. Okay, so first, let's talk about reasons to upgrade your PC. Doing simple upgrades to your PC can extend the life of your device. Rather than purchasing a brand new computer, doing simple upgrades can extend the life of the PC you currently own exponentially. Simple upgrades can provide the performance of your machine, can improve the performance of your machine inexpensively. Going in this direction saves money. It's cheaper to upgrade than to buy a brand new computer. When researched appropriately, upgrading your PC is far easier than you think. In this presentation, we're going to be covering the two simplest and most common upgrades to a personal computer, which, like I said earlier, we're going to be looking at RAM and a hard drive. Upgrading RAM improves the overall performance of your machine. Upgrading your hard drive could allow for more storage space and the option to upgrade to an SSD drive, which could also help improve performance. This presentation is a guide to show how simple these upgrades can be. Okay, so the first thing we're going to take a look at is important preps before upgrading. So let's take a look at how you can. So the first major prep I would advise would be taking a look at how you can figure out what's currently installed on your PC. All right, and the second thing you could do is you could take a look at how you can look up and download your service manual on Google using our example machine that we'll be using throughout the presentation, which is the Dell Inspiron 559. Okay, so let's start off. First, it's going to be really important, basically, before you start to consider any upgrades for your machine, you should know what's already installed first. So let's hit video one and take a look and see how this is done. Okay, so if you're on a Windows 10 base machine, the first thing you're going to do is basically you're just going to go down here to the search area and type in the word about, which should be right next to your Windows icon. So you're just going to type about and click about your PC. As soon as this comes up, the first thing you're going to notice is it's going to tell you exactly how much RAM is currently installed on your machine. Now, the reason why this is important is your motherboard is going to have a maximum amount of RAM that it can be installed. So it's going to be important to know exactly how much RAM is currently installed on your unit. And we're going to discuss that in further detail in just a couple seconds. Now, there's also a second way that you could do this. One of the things you could do to make your life easy when you're trying to figure out exactly the hardware installed, try to figure out the hardware that's currently installed on your machine, is you could download a program called Specky.
Sorry, Merrick. Sorry. Are you showing the camera right now?
No, I'm doing screen share.
The presentation, or?
I flipped to a video.
Okay, we can't see it.
Oh, geez.
You may have to share a different window or screen.
All right. Technical difficulties. Give me a second here. Okay, can everyone see now?
Yeah, we see VLC.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, so once again, let's get back to the beginning here. So basically, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at about our PC. So basically, just like I was saying earlier, right next to your Windows icon here, there's the search button. Just simply type in about, and it's going to bring up about your PC. Okay, as soon as that comes up, right here, as you can see, it's going to tell you exactly how much RAM is currently installed on your machine. Now, the reason, like I said earlier, this is important is because you're going to want to know exactly how much is installed, because if the RAM's already maxed out on your machine, you might not be able to upgrade. We'll take a look at that in more detail in a little bit. Now, also, like I was saying earlier, the other way that you can basically figure out the hardware specs on your machine is by downloading a little program called Speccy. Speccy is basically just a small program that's made by the good people who made CCleaner, where basically it's just a little program that's going to draw the specs off your computer and give it to you visually. So if you're going to download it, all you got to do is go to Google, type in Speccy, and then just go over to download. Once you click the download link, you're just going to download it. As soon as it downloads, open the file from the bottom of your desktop. And you're going to click install. Okay. Now at this point, we're just going to run Speccy. Okay, so as soon as you start to run it, the first thing it's going to do is it's going to take a couple seconds to basically analyze everything that's currently installed on your computer. First thing comes up, it's going to give you your version of Windows. And once it's done analyzing, it's going to break down all the hardware that's currently installed on your machine. So for example, the motherboard and your RAM. Now, if you want more details, so for example, if you need to know how many memory slots you currently have, it's going to tell you that once you click on RAM. And the other thing it's going to tell you is if you click on motherboard, it's also going to tell you the factory motherboard that's currently installed on your machine. Now, in terms of, for research purposes, this is also going to be extremely important, because if you want to know exactly what the max specs on your motherboards are, this will give you the information which you can Google at a later time. Okay, so the next major important step that you're going to want to take a look at when it comes to upgrading your computer is you're going to want to download a copy of your service manual. And the reason why this is important is the service manual is going to literally be a step-by-step guide provided by the manufacturer on how to take apart your computer. Now, for our provided example right now, what we're going to be looking up is a Dell Inspiron 559. So within Google, I'm just going to type in Dell Inspiron 5559 service manual and click enter. Okay. So the first link that pops up is coming directly from Dell, and it's my service manual. So we're just going to open this up in a new tab, and we're going to take a look and see what it tells us. So here, right here is the service manual coming directly from Dell on the specs of the machine that I'm currently going to be working on and trying to upgrade. It's going to give you some really important information. First, it's going to tell you basically before working inside your computer, safety instructions and recommended tools that you're going to need from the job. And then after that, it literally will break down how to remove and replace every part within your computer. So removing the battery, removing the optical drive. If we scroll down a little bit, because we're working on RAM right now, as you can see, it has removing and replacing memory modules. So if you jump to page 24, this is going to be the literal Dell procedure on how they expect you to basically remove memory modules from your computer, which is the exact job we're going to be working on right now. Okay, so far, do we have any questions?
Merrick, can I just quickly jump in?
Sure.
We just want to let all the viewers on the YouTube stream know that there is a live chat on the YouTube stream as well. So if you guys have any questions whatsoever, we're also monitoring the YouTube chat. So feel free to ask any question there, and then we will field them to Merrick via Zoom. Okay, so feel free to ask anything, either if you're a participant in Zoom or a viewer on the YouTube stream. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Kahan. Okay, can everyone see my PowerPoint screen right now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so now that we've looked at how to download a copy of your service manual, the next step is figuring out how much RAM your machine can handle and what type of RAM your machine requires. The reason this step is important is before making any purchases, it's important to know exactly how far you can go before you max out what your machine can handle. There's really no point in buying 32 gigs of RAM for your machine if your machine can only handle 16. It's also important to note there are different types of RAM. So with a laptop, for instance, basically RAM can go anywhere between DDR2 and DDR5. So it's important to research exactly what your machine can handle. So let's take a look and see how this would work. Okay, so once again, we're going to go over to Google here, and we're basically just going to type on, but this time what we're going to type in is we're going to type in Dell Inspiron 5559, and we're going to look at maximum RAM specs. Okay, so once again, just type it in your service window and press enter. Okay, so immediately as soon as I bring this up, I automatically get a search result. The first thing it tells me, according to a site called memorystock.com, is apparently it's 16 gigs of memory. Now, the one thing about this is that I don't necessarily want to go with the first search result. I want to find out what Dell is going to tell me. From what I can see here, according to my search results, a couple links down, within the Dell community, people have asked this question. So I'm going to click on this link right here to see what the Dell community tells me. So first thing I see, somebody here is asking how they can upgrade RAM within this specific unit. Below, a community manager gives an answer, but he gives a little more information that's important. Supported memory configurations. Now, as the first Google search result showed us, indeed, 16 gigs is the max amount of memory I can put in this laptop. But there's another important piece of information I'm seeing here, and it's the memory type. As I stated earlier, the reason why memory type is important is before you want to go through with your upgrade, you need to know exactly what type of memory your computer is going to handle. In this case, my Dell Inspiron 5559 requires DDR3 RAM. So if I want to upgrade to 16 gigs, because currently, let's say it has 8, I know that I'm going to be looking at DDR3 RAM. All right. Any questions so far? Okay, so now that we've evaluated our preps, let's take a look at how to physically remove RAM from our example laptop, the Dell Inspiron 559. Because at this point, now we know exactly how much we can expand memory to, and again, this case is 16 gigs, and we know exactly what type of RAM is. So we're going to pre-assume we've gone to Amazon, we've picked up our parts. Now we're actually going to take a look at how we're going to physically take this apart and get the job done. Okay, first things first, you go start by taking out the battery just to release any charge that might be in the machine. The next thing I'm going to do is remove this side panel. Now, just as a reminder, because I've looked this up in my service manual and I know exactly what Dell has told me, I know that this is the panel I have to remove to basically access the RAM within this laptop. So I'm going to start by basically just removing 2 screws. There's number 1, and there's number 2. Now I'm just going to grab a flathead in order to pop the side panel off so I can access this area of my machine where I'm going to upgrade my RAM. Nice and easy. All right, now I'm going to turn the machine around because I'm right-handed and it's just easier for me to work on this way. Now, what you're going to notice is there's a couple of side pins here. The first thing you're going to do is gently pry these back in order for the RAM to pop up so we can pull it out. And there you go, the removal's done. So now I'm going to grab my new piece of RAM. Now, just as a note, what I'm going to do here is that I'm going to line up the pins in order to go into the slot. Now, once you're able to push it down like that and these pins are pop back into place, that's literally it. At this point, the RAM is appropriately placed because I was able to push it down and it clicks right into place. Now at this point, I'm just going to grab my side panel, put it back on. I'm going to grab my screwdriver just to basically fasten the side panel back in place. Pop the battery back in. And away we go. That's it. So at this point, I basically just removed and upgraded this computer with a new piece of RAM. It's really that simple. All right, any questions on the laptop so far? Okay, so the next portion of this is now that we've taken a look at how to physically replace RAM in a laptop, we'll look at how this could be done in a desktop. In terms of prep, the steps for a desktop will be the same as the preps for a laptop. Make sure you have your service manual handy and that you have researched the max requirements for your desktop, okay? Okay, so now we're looking at a desktop. So the first thing I'm going to do, there's a couple thumb screws that are keeping the side panel in place. I'm going to remove the thumb screws so I can basically just get access to the motherboard. So there's number 1 and there's number 2. I'll pull it down on its side. So the next step here is I'm just going to take off the side panel in order to access the motherboard and the blood and guts of my computer. Okay, so as we can see here, right here is our motherboard, and here are 2 RAM sticks that we're going to be replacing in just a couple seconds. Now, another thing I just want to make a note of is the one nice thing about upgrading a desktop is realistically, desktops were machines that were made to be worked on. There's actually a lot of room to work. It's not necessarily as ginger as a laptop. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do, there are these 2 side pins, keep the RAM in place, just pull the back and boom, the RAM just pops out nice and easy. And I'm going to do the same thing with the second one. Okay, so now that I've got them removed, the other thing you're going to want to keep in mind is you'll notice that basically it's a slot, a space, and a slot. When you're putting in the new RAM, you just want to make sure to take a look at the RAM and make sure this all lines up correctly. So once you do that, line up number 1. You'll notice it goes down nicely. Pop these 2 guys back into place to keep it secure. I'm going to do the same thing with my second one. And there you go. Everything's popped back into place nicely. And then at this point, all it's basically a matter of doing is basically just putting the side panel back on, putting the side panel in, securing it with your thumb screws, and that's it. This is literally all it takes to replace RAM inside of a desktop. Okay, so with that said, we basically just completed the first section of our presentation in terms of upgrading RAM in both the desktop and laptop. So do we have any questions? Okay, so with that said, what we're going to do is we're going to move on to section 2, which is updating a hard drive, both in a laptop and a desktop. Okay. So once again, we're going to start with important preps before upgrading. So exactly as shown in section 1 of this tutorial, download a copy of your computer's service manual. Again, I can't stress this enough. You always want to make sure that basically when you're doing these upgrades, you're doing so according to the manufacturer's specifications. Next, when you're considering upgrading your hard drive, make a decision on what is important to you, speed or storage space. So if you're going to go with a regular hard drive or a standard spinning hard drive, or whether you want to upgrade to a solid state drive, which we'll touch on in a couple seconds. Unlike RAM, there's no limit to how much storage you can install. If upgrading a laptop, however, you must consider how to back up your previous information and how you'll reinstall your OS before upgrading. One thing about a laptop is, unlike a desktop, it's only going to be able to carry typically 1 hard drive. So if you are going to say upgrade to a solid state drive, you are going to have to back up some data, and you are going to have to consider how you're going to put the operating system onto your new hard drive. Now, please note, backing up and reinstalling an operating system will not be covered in this presentation. We're simply just looking at how to do the actual hardware upgrade. Okay. Now, when you're making a decision in regards to upgrading your hard drive, you can go one of two ways. You can basically say, just upgrade the storage and go with your standard spinning hard drive, or you can go and really upgrade to a solid state drive. Now, the difference between these two visually is automatically clear when you just look at them. Your standard spinning hard drive, notice this thing right here. It's a magnet. This thing actually has moving parts, whereas your solid state drive has no moving parts. It's actually just using flash memory, making it a little bit more reliable. So your regular HDD or spinning hard drive is cheaper and provides more storage. A solid state drive is faster and provides better performance because it utilizes flash memory rather than spinning disks and moving parts to process information. Though an SSD or a solid state drive is more reliable, it's also more expensive than your regular spinning hard drive. The decision to upgrade to a solid state drive for better performance or a regular spinning drive with a larger storage size is entirely a personal decision. Now, one thing I'm going to note, when you're dealing with desktops often allow for the installation of more than one hard drive. So you could theoretically have both a solid state drive, which you could run your applications off of, and then you could take your old spinning hard drive and use it as a slate drive for storage, and this could work. And that is one of the advantages to doing this upgrade on a desktop. Okay, so now that we've gone over our preps for upgrading a hard drive, let's see how this process goes. And once again, we're going to go back to our trusty example machine, the Dell Inspiron 559, to see exactly how this would look. Okay? Okay, so just like we did in the previous video for RAM, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to start off by popping at the battery. And once again, because I consulted my service manuals, I know which panel I have to remove in order to get to the hard drive. Now, in this particular case, what we want to keep in mind is that the hard drive and RAM are basically within the same area. This could differ from computer to computer, so please remember, consult your service manual. So just like we did before, grab my flathead, pop off the side. And now we're going to go into hard drive removal. So the first thing we're going to have to do is the hard drive is on a mount utilizing 4 screws. So I'm basically going to remove the 4 screws so I can remove the mount, which also has the hard drive attached to it. So there's screw number 1, screw number 2, screw number 3, and screw number 4. All right, now that the screws are gone, I'm going to grab this plastic tab and lift it to pull both the drive and the mount off. And I'm going to remove this back portion. That's a ribbon that's attaching the drive to the hard drive. There you go. So we've removed it. Next step in the process, we've got to basically get the drive we're replacing off the mount, which is basically just 4 screws on either side. So here goes screw number 1, screw number 2, screw number 3, and screw number 4. All right, I'm now going to basically take the drive out of the mount. And here we got a solid state drive. I've now placed it within the mount. So all you're going to do at this point, because basically the screws are always going to be the same place. Now I'm just going to grab my screws and get the new drive onto the mount. So there's screw number 1. And screw number 2. Okay, once you got all 4 screws back into place, you're basically now just going to put the mount back where the old one was to put the brand new drive in. Now, please note, the first thing I did here was basically just attach the ribbon first before I actually secure it. All right, so I've got this thing down. Now I'm going to grab my mounting screws to get the mount back into place to secure the brand new hard drive I just put in. There's screw number 2. Here's screw number 3. All right, and just as we're getting to screw number 4, basically at this point, once you get the 4 screws moved in, everything's nice and secure. All you basically would have to do at this point is basically put your side panel back on, screw it in, pop the battery back in, and that's it. You're done. This is literally how you would replace a hard drive within a laptop. Okay, so now that we have looked at how to physically replace a hard drive in a laptop, we'll look at how this can be done in a desktop. In terms of prep, the steps for a desktop will be the same as the preps for a laptop. And once again, make sure you have a copy of your service manual. So let's take a look. All right, so just like we did with in the RAM demonstration earlier, you're going to start by just removing the two thumb screws in order to pop the panel off, in order to access the motherboard and where your hard drive is going to be installed. All right, so here we go, just lifting the side panel off. Okay, so here is where my hard drive is going to be. There's going to be 2 cables attached, and I've got a couple screws up here. That's basically keeping this in place within my desktop. So the first thing I'm going to do is basically just remove the screws. All right, and now I'm basically just going to remove the cables that are hooked up to the motherboard so I can remove the drive, and out it comes, nice and easy. The next step of the process, just like you did with your laptop, is basically you have to get the drive that you're replacing off the mount, and once again, just like we did with the laptop, it's 4 screws. And there he goes. We're removing screw number 4. We can get a replacement drive ready in just a second. Okay, so here we've got a replacement SSD drive that we're putting in. So now all I'm going to do is basically flip it over, line up the holes, put my screws in to get it attached to the mount. All right, once it's on the mount, I'm going to slide it back in where the previous hard drive was. Grab 2 screws to secure the mount and the brand new hard drive into the desktop. All right, and as we're screwing that one back in, the last thing you basically have to do at the end of this process is reattach the cable. So wait till I move my hand here. Okay, so the one thing you also just want to basically just be cognizant of is when you're basically reattaching the cables to make sure the hard drive is attached to the motherboard, you can see little slot, big slot, just make sure you put the appropriate cables back into place. So there's number 1. And there's number 2. And that's it. Basically, at that point, at the end, once the drive is in, all you got to do is put your side panel back on and you're done. So that's basically replacing a hard drive in a desktop. So any questions so far?
We have a question from Victoria.
Certainly.
So she was asking, where can I buy computer hardware? And if you'd like for me to answer that, Merrick, I can easily do that.
Kahan, after you, sir.
I don't know if my camera is switching over, so I don't think people could see me on the live stream. But I would say the best place to get this type of hardware is Canada Computers is one place, which is a local GTA. Well, they're actually all across Canada, but there's several locations in the GTA. I prefer Canada Computers over Best Buy only because you can buy like loose hard drives and loose RAM and all of that from Canada Computers. Online, I believe Newegg is another option, and I don't believe Tiger Direct exists anymore. That used to be an option many years ago. And I would say that's about it because NCIX doesn't exist anymore either. So I would say Canada Computers, Best Buy, and sometimes even Staples.
Okay. Any other questions?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment.
No.
Okay, so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm just going to jump into the summary because literally that's it. And as you can see, according to these few demonstrations, it's actually really easy to replace a lot of these parts. So in summary, that does bring us to the end of the presentation. In short, these computer upgrades are easy as long as you do the right preps. Consult your manufacturer using Google to get a copy of your service manual. Make sure you research motherboard limitation requirements to get the right parts, and don't be afraid. This is fun and rewarding work. The other thing I'm going to add is the service manual is fantastic to have, but another thing I would definitely recommend is if you basically look up your computer on YouTube, there's a lot of videos out there that'll give you a good visual on how to do it for your specific machine, and that could be another excellent resource that you can use. All right, so with that said, in the event that you guys would like a copy of this presentation, I do have the PowerPoint in case you want these links. And within the PowerPoint, I've also provided a link to a link basically to the download link for Specky, as well as 2 excellent articles from an awesome website I found and helped me build this presentation on How to Geek on both how to upgrade your RAM and how to upgrade a hard drive in a PC, basically in a laptop and a desktop. So as we're coming to a close here, do we have any questions?
No questions, but I have a couple of comments if I can jump in with my...
Absolutely.
If you want to stop sharing your screen so that way I can go full.
Yep, just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, Kahan, away you go.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to go full screen, so it may be hard. Let me just wait for the... Oh, okay, there we go. So Merrick, you mentioned about the RAM. Okay,
yes.
So I'm just going to hold up the, I don't know if people can see this, but you did mention it on the desktop portion of the presentation. This is laptop RAM. Now, you did mention there was a space. Like there was like a section where the pins are, and then there was a space, and then there was another section. I believe this is referred to as a notch in the RAM. So if everyone can see my RAM, I don't know if is this easy to see?
You could definitely see the notch.
Yeah. So the notch, if you notice, is off center. Okay. So when you're putting, particularly, I mean, any type of RAM, whether it's desktop or laptop, with the laptop RAM, you do need to reinsert it at a 45-degree angle, and always pay attention to the notch. I remember many years ago, when I was, this was a long time ago, actually, when I was kind of still, learning about computers, and I was trying to insert RAM in, and I wasn't paying attention to the notch, and I put it in the wrong way, and I tried to force it, and I literally damaged all the pins. So always be mindful of that notch. Okay. That's very important. And typically it is off center. Okay. They make it easy. So that way, you know exactly which way to put it. The other thing that I will mention, because I don't know, Merrick, you didn't mention the M.2.
Yep.
Okay. So Merrick was showing how to upgrade older, desktops and laptops, whatever. The newer laptops I would say within the last 5 years or so, a lot of laptops are including what's referred to as an M.2. So basically, this looks like a RAM stick, but it's not a RAM stick. This is actually a hard drive. Okay. It is an SSD type of drive. It's basically an SSD stick. Okay, so whether you go for Merrick, you showed just a regular SATA SSD drive. Okay, just a regular, like this type of hard drive. But if your computer does have one of these slots, it's called an M.2. Very good upgrade to do, because you can really significantly make your computer faster. The only thing that you would have to find out is whether the SSD, the M.2 SSD is SATA type or oh my God, the PCI Express. Okay, so that, once again, Merrick was always referring to the service manual. That's something your service manual will let you know about. Lastly, the one last thing, Merrick, just before we ask for any other questions, is get yourself a very good toolkit. Okay, very important. So this one is from a very well-known website called iFixit. They have a lot of teardown guides. So this is their official kit. This is not like a sponsorship thing, by the way. I bought this at Radio Shack, if you can believe, many years ago. But I can't emphasize enough the importance of a very good precision toolkit like this. And then the other thing that this kit came with was a bunch of like different spudgers and kind of pry tools and all of that. Okay, so a very good toolkit by your side. You can do any type of computer upgrade, whether it's desktop or laptop. So that's all I had to say.
Okay. And any questions?
Okay, let me just have a look here. Okay, what is a good price range for upgrading to an SSD for a laptop? So that question comes by way of Victoria. It really depends, Victoria. So what I typically like to do is I'm always on the lookout for sales at Canada Computers. Actually, I bought this this drive on sale at Canada Computers. I believe this was 250 gigabyte. I believe this was $89. Okay. The thing is that oftentimes the prices range anywhere between 99 to 149. Excuse me, I had to clear my throat. This one was, I believe it was $89. So if you can buy and I believe sometimes the 128 gigabyte drives come on sale for $79. So anywhere between, depending on the size, if you can get a 250 or a 500 gigabyte close to the $100 mark, I would say that's a very good deal. With regards to brand, notice that I'm holding up a Samsung here, and then this is a Samsung M.2. It is part of the 860 Evo series. Okay, what I like about the this series of SSDs, both with the regular SATA drive as well as the M.2, they have a very good reliability record. I believe Samsung has a 5-year, it actually says on the back here, 5-year limited warranty. That's really good for hard drives, okay? Even back in the days of spinning hard drives, typically there were like 3-year warranties. So the fact that Samsung is backing up their products with a 5-year warranty, these have been tried, tested, and true. A lot of reviews have been done on this particular series, and a lot of reviewers seem to like the Samsungs for long-term reliability. The thing to keep in mind with SSDs is that they do have a lifespan, just like a spinning drive, right? Nothing lasts forever. Hard drives don't last forever, nor do solid state drives. Solid state drives have a finite amount of write operations that they can do. So that's why it's very important to get a good quality SSD. Okay. And my preference is Samsung, only because I've been buying these for like a few years. So let's see if there are any other questions. And I'll just look at the YouTube chat. So no questions on the YouTube chat, no questions in Zoom. Are there any last questions or comments or no, I think we're good, Merrick. I don't see any other. Well, hold on. There's okay. Chantel said great job.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, I want to thank you for attending my workshop and Makerface 2020 in general. I'll be signing off and get ready for the next program. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, hello everyone. This is the miniatures painting section. We're just waiting for people to log in. We're going to give it another minute or two, and then I'm going to get started. All right, well, it's 2:02. Why don't we get started? Hello everyone. My name is Randy Jarvis. I work at the Pickering Public Library in the Children's Department, and I was asked to do a session on miniatures painting today. So you won't actually be seeing me. We're going to keep the focus on the miniatures, which are really a lot better looking than me in any case. So I've got some ones I have painted here. We're not going to get to this level of painting today. I am going to go over kind of the basics of what miniatures painting is. Some of the stuff you'll need if you do want to get started in miniatures painting, and then some of the very basic techniques to use. I paint for my own pleasure. I am not a professional miniatures painter. If you want to go online to YouTube, you can find dozens of videos of people who are much better than me at miniatures painting, who will teach you way better than I can. But this will give you a good overview of what it is and what you need, and if you're interested in what you'll need to do to continue. I will be using some different paints and products in this video. I'm not actually going to recommend anything specific, but I will tell you about the ones I use. I'm not going to recommend anything specific because painting, like all artistic things, is very personal, I find. So what works for me may not work for you. I would say you need to consult with your local hobby store, and they can make better recommendations for you. I've been painting miniatures for more than 20 years now as my hobby. Like everything, the more you do it, the better you will get. I don't do it that much, even though it's been 20 years. I just, especially the past 11 or so, I have not had the time to put into it, but I do enjoy it. Okay, so I haven't seen anyone else pop in, so we are going to get started. So I have some of the ones I've painted here. These are basically finished miniatures. And so a miniature really is just anything smaller. So you can see my hand for scale. A smaller version of anything. And there's a lot of different kinds. I've got some miniatures like these two guys that I actually painted for a friend of mine. They're actually came in a board game called Gloomhaven. So people can paint the board game pieces. Other miniatures you have to put together yourself. They do come in a variety of materials. A lot of them come in plastic, and they come on, this is called a sprue. So they come in bits on here that you then have to cut off. Okay, cut off and glue together. As you can see, this is actually where is he? This is a guy who I've put together, glued together, and then painted. So we're not going into the assembly because there's a lot of different miniatures. Some of them come pre-assembled. There's historical miniatures. I have here a German Tiger 1 tank miniature that I haven't painted yet that we're going to actually paint today as part of this. So there's online. You can get spaceship miniatures, little spaceships to paint. You can 3D print your own miniatures if you'd like to paint. And even miniatures can come I'll pull this camera back a little just so you can see. They can actually be quite large. Let's see. They can actually be quite large as well.
Wendy,
yes.
we have a question.
Sure.
Someone would like to know where you get these miniatures. Where do they
Where do you get these miniatures from? So there are a lot of places you can get them from. Like I said, you can 3D print your own ones. If you want, the library, if you go to like Thingiverse or a bunch of other online places, you can get files that you could then 3D print at the library. You can order 3D printed miniatures from online. There are places like Shapeways that sells them. There are a lot of individuals online who make their own miniatures and sell them. Locally, if you want to buy something, you would go to your local hobby store. So you could search up, local hobby store. Again, I'm not going to recommend any particular store. But yes, you could go to a local hobby store and purchase them directly. A lot of board games, like I said, come with them as well. So if you had a board game that had pieces, you could actually paint the pieces in the board game as well. So that's why there are a lot of different places to get miniatures from.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. All right. And okay, yep. So, but most miniatures come, like I showed you, like gray, plastic, unpainted, or the here's a robot friend. This one's actually made out of a resin material, which holds detail a bit better, but is a little more expensive. So not everything comes in that. But the key is when you have gotten your miniature, here's one from another board game, a zombie from a board game. Let's see, can you focus? Sorry, it's a little bit tricky with the focus. Okay, so you can see actually the board game pieces tend to not have the detail of the other ones, but that still has quite a bit of nice detail. But they come as plastic, uncovered plastic. So the first step in painting a miniature is you have to prime the miniature, okay? And prime, it's hard to get, okay, backing up a bit. Prime generally comes in cans, spray cans like this. You can also get it in like a paint you can paint on, but it's generally better to have it in the spray can that you then spray on the miniature. So here's some black, and as you can see, and then you spray it on and you get the nice black coat. Prime comes in a lot of different colors. I also have with me right here a gray, but you can get it in any color pretty much you want: reds, blues, browns. And the reason why you want to prime your miniatures first, there's a couple of reasons. One, it gives a nice even painting surface to paint on. And second, prime is formulated to stick to the plastic. Regular paints will not stick to the plastic quite as well. So by priming the miniature first, you have that nice even coat that is adhering to the plastic. Your paint's not going to flake off before ruining your paint. And like I said, that nice even painting surface means you have a nice even under color. The color of the prime will affect how the miniature looks in the end. Any other questions? No? Okay. If you use a lighter colored prime, the miniature will be brighter. If you use a darker colored prime, the miniature will be darker. That being said, I like black. Oh, question? Nope. Oh, just somebody coming in. Okay. I like black prime because black hides your your mistakes. Black hide. Oh, this was not actually properly sampled. Black hides your mistakes, and if I can show you, hides like where you miss things if you miss something. Ah, here he is, this guy. So if you can see, he's get that focus right. Closer maybe? Nope. It's hard to see, but in his neck. Okay, so okay, about there. You can kind of see there's that white in his neck because I couldn't get my brush in there, and I didn't notice until I had mostly finished. Black hides that because the darkness, it just looks like a shadow. So that's why I like black. Again, painting is a personal thing, and find what works for you. Okay, does anybody have any questions so far about assembling and priming? If not, I'm going to move on to kind of the actual painting.
Nope. I don't see any questions, Randy, nope. So I think you're free to move on.
All right, great. Okay, so let's move this guy around. So we're actually going to start with our German tank here, historical miniature. And I'm going to show you three very basic techniques. If you've ever painted a miniature, you probably already know these ones, but so this is not for someone who's ever painted before. The first, we've primed, but we need to get our base color on. And using a brush, you got to pick the right brush for the job. Now, this tank is good because I'm going to use this kind of large brush because I've got a big area that is all the same color. If I used this tiny little brush, I would be at it forever. And I'm going to show you why in a second. But you do need special, well, not special, you do need brushes to paint. Hobby stores sell them. You can order them online as well. They do come in quite a range of quality, and there's kind of the more expensive ones are better quality, but if you're starting out, you don't need the best quality. You will not see a big difference between kind of some of the lower to mid-range ones over the top. The top ones are for professional painters and after you've gone well, but you can get started with even just kind of the most standard brushes. So I'm going to use this larger one. This one is called a base brush. Oh, it's reversed on my screen. Great. Called a base brush. They come in very different names as well. Different manufacturers name them different things, but usually it's something along the lines of base or something similar for your first kind of find of lever. All right, and we're going to paint this. We're going to paint this a gray color. Okay, so the paints tend to come in they come in different sizes as well. There's a lot of different manufacturers, but they come in generally small pots about this size. You might get dropper ones that let you just squeeze out little drops, but they're really, you don't get a lot of paint at once. You don't need a lot of paint at once. One of these will last you a few years depending on how much you're painting, I guess. But this is kind of the size. This is reversed, but this is a base paint as well. The paints are formulated differently to do different things. A base paint has more pigment in it, so it covers up with less painting and gives kind of a darker solid color. When we're miniature painting, I'm going to get into this in a little bit. Really what you're trying to do is build up color, and you actually want the color to show through a little bit as you're building it up. As an example of that, you can see I've got this guy's cloak. You can see how I've got like the darker areas and the lighter areas. The darker areas were the first color I put on, whereas the lighter areas are the color I built up afterwards. All right, so we're going to get started though. So I've got my paint. I'm going to take a little paint. I've got my palette, and I've got, yeah. So the paints I'm using are water-based acrylics. Paints come in different formulations. There are oil-based paints as well. When I started, it was all oil-based enamel. The reason why I'm using the water-based acrylics is 2 reasons. They blend easier, and you can use water to clean your brushes. The oil-based ones, you had to use thinner or another solvent to clean it out of your brushes and to thin down the paint. So it's a lot more chemical than the water-based acrylics. There's a water-based acrylics always have a few more properties as well that make them useful. That mixing and you can do things like wet shading and stuff. Those are more advanced techniques, but again, I would ask at your local hobby store for them to go through what paints they have and what the properties of those paints are and what they recommend for someone who's starting out. They want to help you be successful, because if you're successful and have a good time, you'll come back and buy more paints from them. So they're not going to point you wrong. So from my water pot, I have taken a little bit of water and I'm putting that on my palette because we want to thin this paint out a bit at first. The reason why you thin it out is to make it flow a little bit better over the miniature. And you actually don't want your paint to be too thick, because that can cover up detail. So I get some gray out. All right, get some gray. And I'm going to put that on my palette, and I'm just going to mix it together with the water, getting some nice thin it down a bit. This is an art more than a science. You want it thinner, but not too thin, because if it's too thin, it just runs everywhere and will not actually cover. You also don't want too much on your brush. You want a good amount, but not too much. All right, so now I've got my paint, I've got it on my brush, and I'm just going to start painting the miniature. Now, I chose this one because I can paint it pretty much gray everywhere, and that'll be okay. When you're painting a miniature, quick tip, pick the lowest level of painting first. And what do I mean by that? So I can show you. For this one, for example, on his shoulder pad, I have the white wings. I would paint the red behind the wings before I painted the wings. Because that way, if I make a mistake painting the red, I can clean it up after I've painted like if I get red on those wings, it's easier to clean it up when I start those wings than if I've ruined a finished painting. Now you see how the paint is going on quite nicely, and with this large brush, I'm covering a fairly large area fairly quickly. So I'm getting this done pretty good clip. Now, if I had used my smaller brush, use this one just example. So if I had used this smaller, got a bit of paint on that, and started painting, you can see how, now it's still going on pretty good, but it will take a lot longer to paint. Now this is, when you have even really, really big things like this, it's even more important so you're not going crazy. So if I'm painting this one gray, sorry, just making sure. So I'm painting this one gray, just would take me forever to get the paint on that. You can see I am rinsing out my brush after I used it. Rinse your brush out periodically while you're painting, as well as after you're painting. Give it a good rinse in the sink. Paint can build up in brushes, and once the paint has built up in the brush, it stops painting very well. The bristles get used up. So I'm just painting. Now I don't want to paint the treads gray. I'm just going to paint those a metal color. So I'm trying not to get them, but again, because it's my next layer, if I get a little bit on it, I'm not too worried. All right, we're just painting everything gray here. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Paint. Bit on the front. Oh, that's some tracks there actually on the front. So that didn't take me very long at all. So yes, using the proper brush is very important. Now, the other thing I'm going to say, it's also important. So we thin our paints because we want to do 2 thin coats of our base color. And why 2 thin coats? Well, because we want our base color to be what we see, not the prime color underneath. We'll just let that, okay. And all right, so, oh, sorry, you're not seeing that. I lifted up to look at it. And I'm gonna show you why. All right, so I've got my monster friend here. So as you can see, hopefully, I haven't done 2 coats with this one. And you can see the color, the underlying white shade, you can still see it kind of, it's not an even color because I've only done 1 coat of this one. So you want to do those 2 coats. It gives, again, a nice solid color. You tend to want to let your first coat dry before you put on your second coat because you're just otherwise just pushing paint around. So while that's drying, actually I'll rinse out my brush care. Better you take care of your brushes, the longer they last, and less you have to replace them. Brushes do wear out, so they do need to be replaced every once in a while, but longer better you take care of them, longer we. So I've got a bunch of paint here still, so smaller object, smaller brush, but just generally the same process. Just got some on your brush, not too much, and you're just brushing it over. Getting that color to cover it all. Okay. All right. Okay. And again, not see as you can see actually, it's a little bit thinner here, so it's actually beading and puddling and not getting that good spread. So it was a little too thin at that point to go on. So that is why, sorry, it's hard to get the focus right. There. So it was kind of beating up and not adhering here at the back area. So again, if you get that, if it's a little too wet, a little too thin, you just add a little more paint. And if it's too thick, you add a little more water.
Randy?
Yep.
I see a question here. Someone is asking, can I use normal brushes or are there specific ones?
And there are specific ones. Yeah, sorry, I was trying to, there are specific ones to use. Hobby shops will have them. They are a normal brush. Like these ones are actually, for the most part, quite small. If you were painting something a little bit bigger, you might be able to use a regular brush. But also just the way the bristles are, they're designed specifically to do the tasks that I am showing you. Like this one is designed to kind of put on this base layer of color. I'm gonna clean that up. And actually, especially with these next 2 techniques, you do need the very specific brush. So the next technique I am going to show you uses this kind of brush, which is called, well, this one's called a shade. It might also be called a wash brush. And we're going to move on to that in just actually, I can do that now. Oh, do not leave your paintbrush sitting in your paint like that. That is a bad habit. Do not do it. That will wear out your brush more. So yeah, they are designed, the brushes are designed specifically to do the jobs they are. Like a base, like I said, a base brush is designed to get this thicker color, apply it nice and evenly. The shade brush that the shade brushes are designed to do this next technique, which is called a wash, which is designed to have your detail pop. The bristles are looser. They don't come to a point like the other brush does. They hold because the shade paint is different. It's a lot thinner. It's a lot thinner, so it is designed to flow because the shade paint wants to go in all the little recesses on your miniature and pick them out. Well, let's move on to that. Okay, so I'm going to show you one, and I'm going to do this way. So I've got here a Battlestar Galactica, and I've shaded this side, but not this side, so I can demonstrate it to you. So I've actually used kind of a brown shade just to really make it clear, a sepia tone. Shade is kind of an ink. It's more like an ink than a paint. It's going to flow, it's going to stain, but it is not going to cover up. So as you can see, so this is what it looked like before, just white. And then here it is after it's been given a shade. And I'm going to demonstrate that for you using the shade brush. And I'm going to get, all right, so I've got my sepia paint here. And why do we shade? Miniatures painting. Okay, so here is a small spaceship I painted gray without shading. As you can see, it looks kind of flat. The color is flat. There is a little bit of depth because I tried not to get it in the crevices there, but it's still kind of flat. Here's a spaceship that's been painted that gray and then shaded as well. And I hope you can see there. You can really, the details are a lot more evident. The high areas are lighter, the lower areas are darker. And that's what a shade does for us. It makes the depth darker. So we're creating an illusion of basically light hitting different areas in different ways. Because miniatures are so small, light doesn't act on them the same way as it does on like a regular object. I've got, for example, here there's the cloak here, the fur cloak. So it looks light on the top but dark in the recesses because it's been shaded. And why do we want shading? Is yes, to make the details pop, and to make give an illusion of light hitting different areas in different ways. So I am shaking up my shade paint here, because it just settles a little bit, and the chemical that lets it flow right can settle out, and then it doesn't flow properly if you don't shake it. So, all right, so that's done. How are we doing for time? Okay, we're at 30 minutes. So I'm just going to quickly do this. All right, you take a little bit of shade in your brush. You put it on your palette. I'll find a spot. All right there. I'll get a bit more. Okay, and again, you can thin this out. The more you thin it out, the less it will be on the top, and the less it will affect things on the top of the model, and more it will just flow into the cracks and crevices. So it gives the illusion of light, but it also makes the details pop out. So you can see the unshaded side, the details aren't quite as evident as they are on the shaded side. So let's get started. And again, so we get a little bit of our shade. You can actually load your brush up pretty good with this. But we just start applying it across where we want it. Now, I was talking about specific brushes designed to do specific things. Need a bit more. So we don't want the shade to pool in any flat areas. So as we're going, we just use our brush to kind of, it almost like vacuums up the excess. We put it on a different area, come back, we can get some of the excess from in there. And then, because we just want it to be touching the edges in the crevices, it is going to lightly stain everything. So I'm doing this obviously, but for example, if you're going to shade a red color, you use a red shade. Then yeah, it'll make the recesses really dark, but it won't really change the flat areas as much. It'll be less evident. This is very evident. I did not get enough shade to do this big a miniature, but and we just absorb up the excess up there. And you just want it nice and even without any puddles anywhere. Get a bit more. And then we'll get on to the last technique. Okay, is there any questions about shading so far? It looks like Rukaya asked, yes, you do need specific brushes to do this. A regular brush will not work, and you don't want to use your regular miniatures painting brushes because a little bit of the paint will be left over from painting, which even if the brush is dry, which the shade can dissolve, and it changes the color of the shading. It can cause some issues if suddenly your shade is a little bit red, which I have done. A little bit of philosophy while I do this. If you do go online, you will see amazingly painted miniatures, way better than I'm showing you today. Those are by professional people, and do not compare yourself to them. I used to be, when I was a much younger man, very down on my painting because I was not as good as the best people in the world. People who did it 8 hours a day and were paid to do it. So if you're doing this for pleasure, do not be upset that you are not as good as the best people in the world. Do not be upset you're not as good as the people who work at the local hobby store, because they also do it, that's their living. If I asked them to come read a children's story, they probably wouldn't be as good as that as I am. So do it. Compare yourself to you and try and do better with every single miniature, but do not compare yourself to the best people at the world. And that was the thing I had to get over, and it took me a long time. So hoping that piece of advice will resonate. The other thing is, like everything, you get better the more you do it. Do not get discouraged if your first ones are not turning out the way you think they should. Practice and get better, and you will get better. And just learn from what you've done, and how, if it didn't turn out the way you wanted, ask at the hobby shop, like, I'm doing this and it didn't work out. And a lot of times they will have advice, because they want you to be successful, so you will come and continue buying miniatures and paint. But they're not gonna make fun of you, and if they do, well, they won't be in business for very long. Go somewhere else. A little bit there. Okay. So as you can see, even after not too long, the details are starting to pop. We've got, darker areas in the recesses, whereas before it was all very flat. So that's shading. I'm going to show you one more technique today. I want to rinse out my brush. All right. This last technique is called dry brushing, and in a way, it's the opposite of shading. Dry brushing allows you to get kind of the higher areas and get them to really pop and get that detail in the high areas while leaving the lower areas dark. So shading will get your recesses. Dry brushing is for the high areas. So we're going to do it with this guy. He's got tentacles. They're actually really great for dry brushing because they've got a lot of ridges that pick up the color. Again, this is a specialized brush for doing it, a dry brush. I've never heard them called anything else except a dry brush. So unlike the wash brushes that were kind of soft, these brushes are very stiff. They're very stiff and because just to make it work. I don't know how to describe it. They're stiff because that's just how it works. Kind of like your toothbrush, really, because it wants to get just get the top areas. All right, so I've got a pink here. So I'm going to get a much lighter pink. All right, I'm going to get a much lighter pink to show you, just so it's a little evident. Shake that up a bit. The dry brush, we want almost no color on our brush. You don't thin this out. All right, you just take a little bit, you put it on your palette. Palettes, again, there's a lot of different options. At one point, I was using a old tile, but it is good to have a palette. It just has to be something that the paint won't absorb into. And then actually, I am trying to get, for the dry brushing, I am trying to get as much paint off as I can. I don't want very much paint on my brush. The brush has to be dry almost. A good way to test, actually, is with your thumb. You want it so, let's see if I can get this. All right. You want it so, just getting that focused. You want it so it will kind of get the top layers of your thumb, but leaving the ridges done. So can you see there how it's gotten kind of a bit on the top, but the ridges are done? That's about how much you want. You do not want very much paint at all. And we'll just do his face tentacles here. Oh, they got a little damage, but okay. So, and then, sorry, just focusing. I'm putting my hand in some other paint. Sorry. Getting the focusing is actually, focusing might even be better back there. Okay. So then I just start bringing my dry brush over the tentacles. I still had actually a little bit too much paint in this brush, but that's okay. As you can see the tops of the tentacles are getting a lot lighter? Okay, the top ridges are getting lighter. Now, you can combine this. You can combine dry brushing, shading together. So you can shade and then dry brush. You can dry brush and then shade to kind of emphasize. If you dry brush first and then shade, I like to do that because then the ink will stain the top of the dry brushing. It will mute it down a bit. And I'm putting my hand in my gray paint because I'm a little. It will kind of bring all the colors together in a concerted whole. If you shade and then dry brush, it will be lighter. So if you shade first, then it will be lighter on top. If you dry brush first, everything will be tied together, but it will be more muted. Okay, so now you can see his tentacles a little bit lighter on the ridges, and then I will actually shade this after to give it a kind of concise thing, because that is actually a little light. Try not to go the same direction all the time when dry brushing because you can get streaks. Circular motion is good, or just alternating the direction you're going. Okay. So that was the basics of miniatures painting. And the three kind of basic techniques I wanted to show, there was putting on layers. One thing I forgot with the layers. So you want to build up the color. So I've actually done multiple layers of paint on this. The darker and then a lighter shade over it, while trying to leave the dark in the gaps a little bit. And then I washed it after that. It just kind of comes together like that to give that illusion of depth and of light. All right, well, that was it for the painting. Does anybody have any further questions?
I don't see any questions right now, but we'll give everyone a couple of more minutes if they do have any questions. I've got to say, Randy, you've inspired me. It just looks like so much fun. All the different kinds of figurines you can paint.
So there is a wide range. Like there are, pretty much, like there's superhero ones. I don't have any. That's just not mine. There's board games, spaceships. Some people paint small houses, like miniatures of houses or castles. Really anything small can be painted. It's just those kind of four things I suggest are kind of the basics. You really make sure you prime it first. Start with your layer of your first color. You can layer it up to lighter levels. You can wash to make the recesses darker, and then dry brush to highlight. There are a lot more techniques, but I only had 40 minutes, so those were kind of the first basic ones. And there's our tank. Starting to dry. It's still wet, so I wouldn't want to paint it again quite yet. But you do want, again, you want to do 2 thin coats of that first layer of color, just again, get it nice and even. Okay.
All right. Well, it doesn't look like we have any other questions, but it does look like several people felt the same way as I did and thought this looked like a lot of fun and something they'd like to try. Mm-hmm. So thank you, Randy.
You're very welcome. All right. Well, then I'm going to sign off. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day here at Makerfest. So, yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to How to Make a Paper Roller Coaster. My name is Jordan, and I'll be your host for today. So just a quick check, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, perfect. Also, a quick shout out to everyone who is watching us via YouTube. So there were some kits that went out. So for those of you who have a kit, you'll be able to follow along with me, and we'll create a paper roller coaster together. And even if you don't have a kit, you can still follow along, and maybe you can try building one after the workshop's over. So let's get started. All right, so to make our roller coaster, we're going to need some cardstock paper. We've also got scissors and tape. And we have our cardboard base that we're going to tape everything to. So to start out, we're going to make our hill for our roller coaster. So you want to look for your template that has one of the pieces that are labeled hill/loop, and we're going to cut one of those out. So these templates we got from a website called Science Buddies, and they have a whole lot of other activities on their website as well. Yep, so with just a pair of scissors, we're just going to cut out one of them for now. And what we're going to do with that is once you're done cutting it out, we're going to cut on the solid lines. So since this is just a hill, we're just going to cut out the last 3. So just very carefully up to the dotted line, and we're going to do that on both sides. All right, and what that's going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to bend this bottom part into a curve. So what we're going to do next is we're going to fold along this dotted line that's right along the middle. So there's 2, so we're going to fold on each side. Just like that. The nice thing about that website as well is they also have instructions on how to draw the templates. So if you don't have a printer to print out the templates, you can follow their instructions and you can just draw your own template on your cardstock paper. And the reason we use cardstock is because it's thicker than regular paper, so it won't break apart as easily. Nice. So now we've got our first hill. And so with those cuts we made at the end there, we can use that to fold the end there to make sort of a curve. So for our ball when it goes down that first hill. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to use the tape. And I'm just going to carefully tape this together. And now you don't want to tape it, you don't want to make like a sharp corner like that. You want it to be like a gradual curve.
So excuse me.
Hello.
We don't really, we're kind of lost. We don't really.
Oh, no problem. So which part did you get lost at?
Well, we accidentally cut all of this.
Oh, you cut all of them out?
Yeah.
So the one we're doing first is you want to look for one that says hill/loop on it. So look for one of the parts you cut out that says hill/loop in the middle.
Yep.
All right, perfect. So what we're going to do is, so we're going to take that and we're going to fold along the 2 middle lines. So we're going to fold it so that it looks something like this. So you can see like you have the 2 walls and then we have the middle part there. So I can show you again. I'll cut out another one.
Okay. Like this? Yes, exactly. I should know him.
There we go. Yep, so we see here, so another hill loop piece, and we're just going to fold along the middle area. So this can be a little tricky to do. You just want to fold it over on the middle line like that. And then we're going to do the same with the other dotted line there. All right, and then so we should end up with something like this. But we can't just have like a straight a hill like this for our first hill. We need a bit of a slope so we can connect other parts to it. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut. You see there's some solid lines on each side. So we're going to cut just the first 3 of those. So we're going to do that on both sides. So you're just going to cut up to the dotted line. And what that's going to let you do is that now we can fold this end part that we cut in order to make a curve. And so you don't want a super sharp corner like this. You're going to want it to be a bit of a gradual curve. So in order to hold the curve in place, that's what I'm using the tape for. So we have something, so it's kind of like a bit of a J shape, kind of. And then we're just going to tape the other side as well. All right, so we want to try and have like a sort of a J shape when we're done taping it. Did anyone else get lost anywhere in there, or is everyone okay with their first hill?
Looks good, Jordan.
All right, so what we're going to do next.
Oh, sorry, Jordan. We just have somebody who says they're a little bit lost.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps they could let us know what step they might need us to repeat.
Was it the folding part?
They said the curve.
Oh, okay.
Maybe
So what we did. So with our hill loop piece, what we did was at the end here, we cut out. So there's some lines you'll notice on the edges. And what we did is we cut out the first 3 on both sides. So we have these little flaps here. So the reason we did that is because if the loop is just like, if our hill is just like this, then we can't attach anything at the end because it would just go directly into the paper. So what we need to do is we have to, with these cuts, we can make little folds in it like this. So it might be a little hard to see there. But so see how it's like this normally, and then with those cuts, we can bring it together like that to make this sort of J shape. So you want to cut out these three and the three on this side. And then we bring it together like this. So you want them to sort of overlap to make this curve-like shape. And then what we do is we take our tape and then we use that to tape it together so that it keeps that sort of J shape.
Perfect. Thanks, Jordan.
All right, so I'm just gonna fold that over and I'm going to tape it there. And then I'm going to do it again. Yeah, so you're just kind of folding, moving those flaps closer together so that they make sort of a J shape at the end. And then you're going to want to do the same on the other side as well to tape it so that it stays together like that. So what we're going to do next is we're going to look for a piece of paper that says support on it. So there's going to be two supports. And we're going to need to cut those out. So you want to make sure, again, we're only cutting on the solid lines. So we'll cut out this one. All right, and the second one. All right, so you're going to want to cut out both of these. So again, so they say support on them. And we want to cut out both of them. And then what you're going to want to do is, so you'll notice at the very end on one of the sides, there's some solid lines. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut each of those. So remember, they're just shortcuts just up to where the dotted line starts. All right, so we're just cutting out those little, so we get these little flaps at the end. All right, and we're going to do the same for the other one. So again, you're going to notice there's some dotted lines, and then at the very end, there's a little solid line, and we're going to cut on that. All right, and then what we're going to want to do is after you cut those out, we're going to need to fold along each of these dotted lines. All right, so this one might be a little tricky. So we're going to fold it over once. And then there's another dotted line, so we're going to fold it over again. And a third fold. So there's 4 dotted lines, so we're going to be doing 4 folds. And our last one. All right, so we folded it on each of the dotted lines. So now what we can do is we can fold it together to make this rectangle shape. All right, so just to go over that again, so we folded it over on each of these dotted lines so that we could fold it together to make this rectangle. All right, and then remember those little flaps we cut out at the end. So those ones are going to fold out. So one important thing to note as well is that one of the sides is going to overlap when you're folding it together. So you'll see here, I sort of have two flaps together on this one here, on this side here. But that's okay. That's going to help reinforce our support. All right. And what you're going to want to do after you fold it over is we're going to tape it. So we're going to take our tape. And we're just going to tape it together. All right, and then so we just want it to be able to stay together like that. All right, and now I'm gonna do that again for the second one. So we're gonna take the support and we're gonna fold over all four of these dotted lines. So let's fold it over the first line. That. What can sometimes help as well is if you do the first fold and then you just kind of fold it over again to do the second one, then fold it over again. It doesn't fold it exactly, but it should be close enough. You might just need to redo the last part. Right. And then again, so we want to fold it together to make that cube shape. And got our stand at the end there. And then we're going to take our tape and then let's tape it together. All right, just like that. All right, so what we're going to do now, I'm just going to move some of these to the side for now. So now we're going to tape these new supports to our base, and then the supports are going to be able to hold up our loop for our roller coaster. All right, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to use those flaps at the end so that we can tape our support to the base. So you can put it anywhere, like you can put them here or there. I usually like to put mine right at the edge so that the hill will go down this way and I have more space. Like if I put the hill here, then it's already near the end, so I don't really have a lot of space to put more things. So I prefer to put it right here on the edge. All right, so we're just going to tape it to the base at the bottom. And this is why we needed those little flaps at the end of the support so that we can tape it. And then what we can do for any parts that stick out on the other side, we can fold them on over the bottom, and then we can tape them on the bottom side. Just to show that here, I'm gonna fold them around the bottom side and tape it. So depending on where you place it, you might need to put a bit more tape. But the more tape you put, the more secure your base will be. All right, so once you get your first one taped on there, so make sure it's taped nice and good, and then we can bring over our first hill. So what we can do is let's get a nice piece of tape. So we're going to put our hill right there, and we're going to tape it to the support. And then just going to tape it to the base at the bottom. All right, and then once that's taped, we can tape our next support. So we want to put it right beside our hill, and just like the other one, we're going to tape it right onto the base. All right, and then just like the other one, I'm going to fold over part of it to tape it on the bottom there to help keep it steady. All right, and then so now we have the first hill of our roller coaster. And then we can do a quick test with one of our marbles just to make sure the hill works. So you just want to drop it down there. Perfect. So just make sure like the hill doesn't fall apart as the marble's going down it. You want to make sure it's going down okay. All right, so this next part is going to be pretty tricky to do because now we're going to make a loop-de-loop. So just like with that hill we made, we're going to need to grab another one of those pieces that says hill/loop. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut now along all of these solid lines. So remember how with our first hill, we just wanted the end to be a curve, but now we want to be able to make a full loop, a full loop-to-loop. So now the entire thing is going to be curved. So we're going to cut along each of these lines just from the dotted line to the edge, and we're going to do that on both sides. All right, and then just while I'm cutting this, was anyone having trouble taping their hill or support to their base? For those of you who are following along.
Everything looks good, Jordan.
All right, and then so once you've cut along all of them, we're going to fold now along that dotted line. We're going to do that for all of these little flaps. See, so it looks kind of like the one we had before, but now you can see we have these cuts everywhere. But what these cuts allow us to do is that now we can reshape this into a loop-to-loop. So now this part can be a little tricky. You might want to have a second person help you out to keep the loop together. So what we can do as a test, let's tape one end of our loop right at the bottom of the hill. And then we're going to make it into a loop. And we're going to tape the other end there like that. So it's a little wonky right now, but what we're going to do is you're just going to want to hold it steady with your hand. And then as a test, just see if the marble goes around. See, so the shape of the loop is very important for this step. Because we want to make sure it's not, we don't want to have any like sharp corners in our loop once we create it. All right, so let's untape it. And what we're going to do is we're going to need to tape these parts together. So as I mentioned before, this can be pretty tricky. So you might want to have a second person hold the loop together. So if you don't have a second person with you to help fold the loop together, Something that I find helps is if you, for example, hold one end down like that with your finger to sort of keep it steady as you bring over the second one around like that to sort of create our loop shape. So this step is probably going to be the part that takes the longest. Just because there are so many different ways to create this loop and a lot of different ways it can go wrong. So you'll notice in your, if you did get the kits, you notice that we have several of these loop pieces. That's because in case you mess up on one of them, you can easily cut out one of the other ones and then try it again. All right, so just to show it again. So we took one of our hill loop pieces like this, and we cut along each of these edges here. So now we have all these flaps. And what you're going to do so something that can help is if, so again, I'm just going to lay it flat. I'm just going to put a finger here to hold it together. And you're going to bring the other end around on the other side. So that we have our loop shape. So again, it helps if you have a second person who can help hold it together for you. But if you don't, it's still possible to tape it. Just might be a little tricky. So you're just going to want to tape it in increments.
Hi, Jordan.
Hello.
Someone mentioned they were having trouble folding the loop. I think the loop-de-loop. They were just wondering if you could just show that part again, just how you have that fold.
So I'll just show it again with one of these ones. Just give me 1 second here. Yeah, so what we did is, so we cut along each of these parts here. And then what you're going to do is basically you sort of bring it together in a circle shape. Or another thing you can do is if you lay it out flat, and then, for example, just hold this part down with one finger, and then just take the end and bring it around like that. And then you also have your loop-to-loop that way. Yep, so just to show that again, so that's why we have to make all these cuts along it, or else it wouldn't fold like this. As you can see with this one here, where the straight edge, like we can't fold it because it's just a flat edge. That's why we need all these cuts around here so that we can reshape it like that.
Thank you, Jordan.
So don't worry. So if you don't have a second person to keep the loop steady, don't worry if it keeps reverting back as you tape it, because the more tape you add, eventually it will just stay as a loop. So you see, as I'm adding more tape, it's slowly starting to retain the curvature. And then what we're going to do, so again, we're going to tape it to the end of there. And then we're going to tape the other end. Right there. All right, so this is definitely the trickiest step. Getting this loop-to-loop to be folded correctly. So what you want to do is, as you're testing it, so see here right now, it's not going around the loop. So I have to make some adjustments. So again, the reason why there's so many loop pieces is so if you do make a mistake, then we can you can cut out another one and try it again. Oh. I think we found, there we go. So what you want to do is you always want to make sure you're holding it as you're testing it, just to make sure you're holding it the loop steady. And once your marble is able to make the loop, we can add more tape to keep the loop steady. So don't worry if this is like the longest part, because doing the loop-to-loop is very tricky to get to work. But once you finally get that marble going through the loop, it feels great. We do also have a video that will be going up later that you can always come back to in case you can't get the loop-to-loop right, where we go over again the steps to get the loop to work. All right, and there we go. So you can see how much trial and error it takes just to get a paper roller coaster to work. Imagine how long it takes for a real roller coaster. So as you can see here, so it did take a lot of tape. So you also have to tape it, make sure to tape it to the base as well to keep it steady. As you can see here. Again, this is, the loop-de-loop is definitely the hardest part, but once you get it working, it makes your roller coaster that much better. All right, so I'm just going to quickly show you one more thing before we finish for today. There's one last type of piece called the curve piece. And if you want to as well, if you can't get the loop to work, you can use curves instead. So one of the big differences about curves is that there's the two sets of dotted lines are right in the middle again, but this time we're cutting through it. And for that, we're going to need to fold it over twice. So we have one fold here, and then another fold here. All right, and then what that allows us to do is we can fold the paper to make a curve like this. And then so just like the loop-de-loop, you can tape the curve together. So we can create a curve that can continue our roller coaster.
Hi, Jordan. Sorry to interrupt. I just had a quick question here. Can you quickly just show us how you got that bend in the curve?
Yeah. So just like with the loop-de-loop, we had to cut out, let me just cut out another one here. So we have these solid lines in the middle area. So kind of like the loop-de-loop, except this time it's a bit longer and it's only on the one side. And then, so we're going to fold twice along there. So there's two dotted lines, as you can see here. So we need to do one fold and then a second fold. So we do one fold and then a second fold. Like that. And what that allows you to do is that now we can curve this segment to get by bringing those sections together. So kind of like the loop-de-loop, but just for a curve like this shape here.
Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah, and then, so again, if you didn't have enough time to finish it, you will be able to watch the video later, and then you can try building your own roller coasters. Like maybe you'd want to have the curve instead of the loop. Maybe you want to tape more parts along there. There's a whole lot you can do with the paper roller coaster. You could even build it on levels and like add more hills and make it go all around. Like you can make it as big or as small as you want. All right, so that was a little tricky to make, but I hope everyone enjoyed the video, and I hope you all get a chance to try working on it today and share with us what your finished roller coaster looks like.
Thanks, Jordan. That was really good. We'll leave it open now for any questions or comments for Jordan. So just a couple of comments coming in from Zoom, just letting you know that it was a really great program, and thanking you for your time and for doing this.
Oh, my pleasure. It was really fun to make this. I've built 2 of these before, and as you can see, even making another one, it still takes a while to sometimes just get the loop down properly. So don't feel discouraged. Yeah, you can do it. That's also why we included so many, so you can try a whole bunch of different loops and see what works.
Awesome. And then, yeah, just some more comments coming in saying it was awesome. Thank yous, and that the program was really fun. So great job, Jordan.
All right. Thanks for joining us, and hope to see you around at the next one.
Take care.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Alexandra and I work at the library. And today we're going to be learning how to use super bulky yarn to make a crochet hat. So I'm just going to run through all of the supplies that you'll need to make this hat. I know some of you picked up kits at the library with your supplies, but I'll just go through all the things that we need first of all to get started. So the first thing that you'll need is some super bulky yarn. This is the Bernat Softy Chunky yarn in the color linen, but any super bulky category 6 yarn will work well for this project. The other thing you'll need is a crochet hook. So this is a size N 10mm hook that we're using here today. I've also tried this pattern with the size P 11.5 hook, and that works well too. But today we're going to start with the size N one. You just want to make sure that you have a larger size crochet hook when you're using the super bulky yarn. Then the other thing you'll need is a yarn needle or a darning needle, which just looks like a larger plastic sewing needle. And the last thing you'll need is a pair of scissors. But don't worry if you don't have the scissors on hand at the moment, because we won't need them till the very end when we put the hat together. So I just wanted to show you a couple examples of the hat that we'll be making today. So it will look something like this when it's done. This is the color that I'm going to be using today of yarn. And I have another example here of a different yarn, like a multicolored style yarn as well. And if you'll just bear with me for 1 second, I'm going to flip my camera around so that you can see the stitches a bit closer. Okay, and while I'm getting set up here, I'll just mention that my coworker Victoria is helping me out today. And if you have any questions as we're going through anything, just feel free to use the chat feature at the bottom on Zoom, and she'll be able to help you, or she'll be able to let me know that you have a question. Okay, just gonna see if this is in focus here. That looks good. So the first thing that we need to do when we're making this crochet hat is just leave a tail end of yarn. So you want to leave about 20 inches or 50 centimeters of yarn. So I'm going to start by putting that off to the side. It doesn't have to be exact. This is just the piece of yarn that we will use at the end when we're putting the hat together. So I'll give everyone a chance to get that set up and just leave that off to the side. And then the first thing we need to do to get started is just create a slip knot that we can put our crochet hook into. So to do that, and let me know if at any point this goes out of focus or you can't see anything clearly, just let us know. What I'm going to do is create sort of a loop here with my right hand. So these are the two strands of yarn. This bottom one is the tail piece that we just put off to the side. And the top here is the rest of the crochet that we're going to be working with today. And what I'm going to do is just put my hook down for a second. I'm going to have this loop in my right hand here, and I'm just going to flip that upside down so it creates a cross or an X there in the middle. And what I'm going to do next is just reach through to this top strand of yarn and pull it through. And that's a slip knot. I'll show you that one more time, just make sure it's clear. So we have the loop like that. I'm just flipping it upside down. Then I'm going to reach through and pull through to have the slip knot. And then I'm going to insert my crochet hook into there and just pull snugly, but not too tight. We want it to still be able to move around on the crochet hook. And then the next step that we need to do is to start making our foundation chain. So to start with that, and you can hold the yarn however is most comfortable for you. What I usually do is hold the tail end of yarn between my thumb and middle finger, and then the yarn that I'm going to be using is draped over my index finger here. I'm going to move this camera up just a little bit. It's falling down a bit here. There we go. And so to start our chain, we're going to yarn over, which means we just go under this strand of yarn, turn. This is called yarning over, and we're going to pull down and pull through the loop and upwards. Yarn down, pull through, and pull up a loop. So what you're doing is just making the small circular clockwise motion, pulling down and through the loop and back up. And you can see the chain stitches that we're working on here. It creates like this V-like shape in the yarn. So there we've got 1, 2, 3. And what we're doing is we're going up to 22. So we're going to have 22 chain stitches as we go through this. So there's 5 you can see. So I've got 12 now. If you get lost when you're counting, you can just go back and have a look and see at the V-like shapes there and count them as you go. So again, I'm just yarning over, pulling down and through, and pulling up a loop. So that's 20 now. We're going up to 22. Yarn over, pull down and through. Yarn over one more time to 22. How's everyone doing with that? I can see some people working along with me. Just let us know if we're going too fast or anything through this. I'll give everyone a few minutes to continue making their chain. So that's what the foundation chain will look like once we've got all our stitches. I'm just going to count through and make sure that I didn't lose track somewhere there. Okay, yep, I've got 22.
Hi, Alexandra, it's Victoria.
Hi.
Everything looks great. I can see it really well. We just have a request if you could slow down a little bit.
Okay.
And could you show this one more time?
Sure. What I'll do is I'll just take out a couple of the chains here. That's the great thing about this crochet project. If you make a mistake or you're not sure and you need to go back and fix something, you can just pull on the strand of yarn that you're working with and go back a couple steps. So we're going to yarn over and pull through. Oops, sorry, fix my chain here. So I'm just yarning over that loop there, pulling under and up. One more time, yarn over and pull through. I'll show that a couple more times. So we're yarning over, you're making this small circular motion with your crochet hook, pulling down and through and pulling up a loop. And I see a question about it being a little looser. Yes, that's okay. It's actually better for it to be looser when you start working with this. I know when a lot of people are starting out, they have a tendency to pull the strand of yarn that they're working with a little too tight, and then it's hard to work into the stitches later on. So it's okay if it's a little bit loose. I'll just give everyone another minute or so to keep working on their chain before we add the next step.
Hi, it's Victoria again. I just want to let everyone know if your camera is on, we can see you, which is absolutely fine. But just if anyone wants to turn off the camera, they'll still be able to watch what Alexandra is doing. So this is being on camera. It's limited to being in this Zoom chat. So it's just to give everyone that information just before we continue. But you're welcome. Everyone's welcome to stay as they are if everyone's comfortable.
Okay, so I'll move on to the next step now. I'll also just mention that I have a pre-recorded version of this workshop as well that we'll be putting up on YouTube. So if you do want to go back and see a step and watch it in slow motion, it will be available too. But I'm going to go on to the next step just to show you what that's like. So there's only one stitch that you actually need for this crochet hat. Now that we've done the chain, we're going to be learning a stitch called the half double crochet. So you might have heard of single crochet or double crochet. This is a half double crochet, which is in between those two stitches in terms of the height that it adds to the hat that we're working on. So I'll show this one. And what we're going to do when we move on to the next step here is you're going to skip the first chain. So you're going to work into the second chain from the right. So the slip knot or the first chain on the hook is essentially 0. Then we have chain 1, which we're going to skip, and we're going to work into chain 2. So that means we're going to be working into this loop right here. So for the half double crochet stitch, there's 3 steps to it. You're going to start by yarning over the way we did with the chain, and then you're going to insert it into the second chain here. So I'm putting my hook through there. Then I'm going to yarn over again, pull back down and through. So those were the first 2 steps, and now you'll notice that I have 3 loops on my hook. I'm going to yarn over again, and I'm going to pull through all 3 of those loops. And that's the half double crochet stitch. So I'm going to keep going and just show that really slowly a few times, okay? So yarn over and insert your hook into that chain. Then yarn over again and pull back down and through so that you're pulling up a loop. So you have 3 loops on your crochet hook. Then we're going to yarn over again, and now we're pulling through all 3 of those loops. So again, there's 3 steps to it. Yarn over, insert your hook into the chain, yarn over, pull down and through, then yarn over and pull it through all 3 of those on your hook. And you can see I pulled mine a bit too tightly there, so I'm going to have to go back and just make sure it goes through all 3. So it is easier if they're nice and loose. Yarn over and insert into this chain, yarn over and back through. Then yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. And feel free to let us know in the chat again if this speed is going okay, or if anyone wants me to show this stitch a few more times. So we're going to keep doing this half double crochet stitch all the way to the end of the row now. Just going to make sure I have a bit more yarn here. So continue with the half double crochet all the way to the end of the row, and you can see it starts to look like this.
Sorry for interrupting.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm lost on on this half double stitch that you're doing right now. It's not working for me.
Are you at the beginning of your row here, at the beginning of the first half double crochet?
I tried it. I tried the first one, and I think I've got 3 loops on my hook, but it's not going through. I guess maybe because it's too tight, I can't pull my hook through.
Yeah, if you're having trouble pulling it through all 3 of those loops, it's probably just a little bit too tight. What you can do is take your hook. Actually, I'll show you how to go back out. So if you can take your hook out of that loop that you were working on and just pull on the strand and pull that stitch out and try it again.
Okay, just don't want to undo everything that I've done already.
Right, so just make sure you're going back just 1 or 2 stitches to wherever the one that was tighter was.
Okay, so I think I think I've at the beginning of this. Okay.
Okay, so the first step for it, and if you're at the beginning of the row, you want to skip the first chain and you're working into the second chain or the second loop.
Right. Okay.
So you're going to yarn over. So I've got the strand of yarn around my finger here. I'm going to go under and over. That's yarning over. And then I'm going to insert my hook while it has that strand around it into the chain here. Like that.
That's the part that I'm finding is doing that step there. So
is it getting stuck when you go into that chain?
I just don't know which loop I'm supposed to be going into here.
So if you're at the beginning, you're just looking for the second one that looks like this loop. Right now you're just seeing a circle, hopefully at the top there. So you've got like 2 strands of yarn at the bottom and then a circle at the top.
Okay, and I go through there. So
when you yarn over and insert your hook through.
So when I yarn over, does my hook go under, the yarn goes over top of my hook?
Your hook is going to go like underneath the strand of yarn and then over top. So you're making like a small circular motion and going around.
And then I put that into the second loop.
Yep, into that loop. And then you're going to yarn over 1 more time like we just did and pull back through.
So once I go through the second hoop, what do I do then?
I'll just go through it 1 more time. So yarning over and inserting into the hook. Then you're you're yarning over again this way. You're pulling up a loop. So your hook right now should look like that.
Yeah.
And you're going to pull that strand downwards with your hook and pull up a loop. So you're going back through the stitch that you were just in or the chain that you were just in. And that's how you end up with the 3 loops on your crochet hook.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how to do that.
I'll keep going through it. I'm going to work towards the end of the row. So if you hopefully just watching me do it 10 more times or so as I go to the end of the row might help. This one, it does take a little while to get the hang of the half double crochet, but once you get this, you'll be smooth sailing for the rest of the hat because this is the only stitch you need. So I'm going to yarn over and insert my hook into here, then yarn over, pull back through and pull up a loop. And then I'm yarning over again and pulling through all 3 loops on my hook. So there's 3 steps to the stitch is the main thing to remember. You've got your yarning over and inserting it into the chain, then pulling back down through to pull up a loop, and then pulling through all 3 of those loops. Is everyone doing okay with the stitch so far? Has anyone reached the end of their row yet? Okay, I'm just getting close to the end of the row here, and then I will show you the next step. So after this row, there's one thing that we're going to change in the next row, and then after that, it's going to be the same all the way to the end of the hat. This hat has 24 rows in total. So just a couple more before we finish off the end of this row. So I'll show the half double crochet again. You're just yarning over, inserting it into the chain here. Then yarn over, pull down. So you're pulling back through and pulling up a loop. And then now you have those 3 loops on your hook, and you're going to yarn over one more time and pull through to finish the stitch. So your first row of half double crochets will look like this. So we're going to continue with the half double crochet, but there's one thing we need to change. So when you get to the end of a row, any of the rows that we're working on, we need to turn our work. So we're going to flip it around like this. And doing this is what's going to give us the ribbed effect or the raised edges effect on the hat. So now that we've turned our work, we're going to be working again from right to left. And at the beginning of every row, we need to do 1 chain. So we're going to chain 1. That's that first stitch that we did. And all that is just yarning over, pulling down and through, and pulling up a loop like that. So that's our chain stitch. And so now we're going to continue with half double crochets. The only thing that's changing now is we're going to work into the back loop only. So what that means is, if you can see, hopefully this is really clear and easy to see here. When you have these loops here, there's 2 parts to this. We have a front loop and back loop. So there's the 2 sides. So instead of working all the way through this stitch like we did going through both parts of it a minute ago, we're only going to work into the back loop. So that's this loop here. Okay, so I'll show how to do a half double crochet into the back loop. So same thing, we're going to yarn over like we did, but instead of putting our hook through the whole stitch, we're only going into this back loop here. So it's like we're only going through half of the stitch. So yarn over and put your hook through, then yarn over, pull back through and pull up a loop. And then same thing as before, you've got your 3 loops on your crochet hook. And then you're going to yarn over and pull through all 3 of those. So let me know if anyone has any questions about this back loop stitch part.
Could you go back to where we had to make another chain? I missed that part, and I didn't make, like, I finished my 1 row, but you said I make another chain before I start the second row?
Yes, so once you finish your first row and you turn your work, right, because we're going to go back the other way. So when you turn your work, I'll just pull that stitch out. You'll be here once you turn your work, and you're at the beginning of the row. So to start the next row, you just want to chain 1 stitch. So we're going to yarn over and pull through just like that. So just adding 1 chain at the beginning of each row. Okay, great. And then now that you've got that, I'll show the half double crochet into the back loop again. So half double crochet stitch, the same thing that you did in the first row, but now we're working into the back loop here. So we're going to yarn over, and we're only going into this back loop. So half of the stitch essentially. So yarn over and put our hook through, then we're going to yarn over, pull down and back through. And then again, you have your 3 loops on your crochet hook, and you're going to yarn over and pull down and through all 3 of those. So I'll keep going with this stitch here into the back loop only. So now again, the next back loop is right here. And we're going to continue with that half double crochet stitch. So yarn over, insert your hook into the back loop only here. Then yarn over, pull down and through, pull up a loop. Yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. So you can see now the second row going into the back loop only. So we're going to continue with this until the end of the row. yarn over, insert your hook, yarn over, pull down and back through, and then yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. And if you find that it is tricky to pull through all 3 loops, like I mentioned before, it might just be a little too tight. So you want to try and leave your stitches as loose as possible as you're working through this. And so you're going to have 21 stitches in every row. I'll just mention that. We chained 22 at the beginning, but because we skipped that first chain, like we chained into the second, or sorry, we started stitching into the chain that was second from the right. So that means that now every row is going to have 21 stitches. Oops, sorry, there's my cord from the camera. So we're almost at the end of this row here. So as you can see, once you get the hang of this stitch, it's really just the same half double crochet stitch 21 times in each row, and always into the back loop only. So it's only that first row, that foundation row, where you just do a regular half double crochet. Now for the rest of the hat, you're going to work into the back loop only. Okay, so now I've reached the end of the row. So one thing, oh, I've got one more here actually, into the back loop. So once we reach the end of the row, after finishing doing all those ones into the back loop only, the final stitch of each row is going to be a regular half double crochet. So I'll show you the difference here. You're going to go into the, this is the second last one. So we're going into the back loop only here. And then for the very final stitch of the row, we are going to go through both loops. So that's the only difference for the very last stitch of each row. Still a half double crochet, but going through both loops. So we've been working only into the back loop all the way along this row. And now we're going to go through both loops. So the full stitch, it just makes it a little thicker at the end of each row and pulls it together. So insert your hook, then pull down and pull up a loop. Same thing, we have 3 loops on our hook again. Yarn over, pull down and pull through all 3 for the final stitch. So now we've got 2 rows of half double crochet. And so you can see by working into the back loop only, that's what gets us the ribbing or raised edges effect as we move through it. So I'm going to flip my work again here and just show you how we would continue on to the next row. So again, same thing as before, we're going to do a chain to start the row. So yarn over, pull through, and then you would just continue into the back loop only for the next, well, now we've got 2, so the next 22 rows, because we're working up to 24 rows total. So I'm just going to go over the key steps for each of the rows. So when you begin a row, you want to chain 1, then you're going to do 21 stitches total for the rest of the row. So you have 20 stitches of half double crochet into the back loop only, and then your final stitch at the end, so your 21st stitch, is going to be a regular half double crochet. So I'll just show a couple more half double crochets into the back loop only as we're starting the new row here. So again, yarn over, insert your hook into that back loop only. Yarn over, pull down and through and pull up a loop. Yarn over and pull through all 3 loops. The trickiest part of this is probably just the beginning and end of each row. So making sure you chain one before you start your stitches, and then making sure that when you get to the end of the row, your final stitch is a regular half double crochet. So I know we only have until 4:45 today. So what I'm going to do is just show you what the next step would be once we finished all of our rows. So you would do 24 rows of half double crochet like we just did. So you would keep repeating what we did in row 2 all the way up to row 24. And I have one that I worked up here earlier. So when you have 24 rows, it's going to look, oh, now it zoomed in a bit too much. Sorry about that. It's going to look like this. And if you're not sure if it's long enough, depending on what size you want, you can just try wrapping the long edge around your head to see if it fits properly. So 24 rows is going to give us an average size adult hat, probably an adult medium size hat. If you wanted to make it a little bigger, what you would do is just keep adding more rows at the end. So after 24 rows, maybe go up to 26 or 28 rows. Also, if you wanted to make this hat for a child, you could just have less rows. So maybe stop before you get to 18 or 20 rows. So I just want to show you what the next step is for putting the hat together. And I know that was quite quick going over the first few rows, but there will be a recorded video on YouTube. So to put the hat together, what we need to do, now we're going to have our darning needle or yarn needle attached to the initial tail end that we had. And we've also, I'll show you the other end as well. So that was the beginning part of the tail that we put and left at the end with our yarn needle. And then the other end, when you finish off at the end of the hat, once you have your 24 rows, same thing, you also want to leave 20 inches or 50 centimeters again. And then you would just use your scissors to cut that off. So have another tail end of yarn here. And then just to sew it together, what you would do is put the two short edges of the hat together. I'm actually going to flip this around so I can show it from the other side here. So the way you would attach your hat is having these two short edges lined up with one another, and you would just use your darning needle or your yarn needle to sew them together. Now, there's several different ways to do this. The way I would do this is just by inserting your hook underneath each loop. And again, hopefully you can see, I would only go into the back loop as well. So just, you can see the two sides of this front and back loop. I'm going to go from one side to the other, only putting my yarn needle under one loop. So pulling it through and going back to the other side. And again, I'm only going through one of the loops. And the reason for that is just so it doesn't get too bulky or thick around the edge. If you only sew through one loop, you won't really be able to see where they're connected. It'll be a little neater. And I just do this by going under each stitch. So you could sew overhand as well. I'm just going under each loop and pulling it up and through. And you're just going back and forth, sewing into each loop. Does anyone have any questions about this portion of putting the hat together? I'll show you how we attach it and actually make the top come together when we get to the end of this row here that I'm sewing. And I see someone in the chat asking about written instructions. Yes, I can do that. I can actually email out the pattern to everyone that was registered, and that way you'll have the whole written pattern to go through. So I'm getting close to the top of the hat here. What happens when you get to the end is I'm just going to tie a knot with the other loop and tail end of yarn that we have here. And I'll just repeat that the second and third rows that I showed you there, once you get to the third row and you're working in the back loop only, that continues all the way to the end of the 24th row. So nothing changes in the pattern. You're just chaining one at the beginning of each row, then doing 20 stitches in the back loop only of half double crochet, and then one final regular half double crochet at the end. Okay, so when I get to the end here, I'm going to tie a knot, just a regular knot at the top here. And here you can pull nice and snug because this is the end of the hat. You're not going to keep crocheting with this end, so you can pull a tighter knot there. And then I'll just go over how to weave in the ends. So as you can see, I still have a bit of a tail piece of yarn here. So what I'm going to do is just weave in and out back the way that I just came, just over and under some of the strands. And that's just to make sure that this end doesn't come loose after we attach it. So I'm just going back under through a couple of these stitches and then turn around and go through a few more the other way as well. And then if you still have a tail end of yarn after that, then you can cut off the end. So there's just one more step here, which is, of course, how to sew the end of the hat together so that it's closed up and we can wear it. So I'm just going to get my other tail end of yarn and attach my yarning needle to that now. It can be hard to use a super bulky yarn with the yarn needle or darning needle, just because it's so thick.
We've had a question if written instructions might be available for this hat.
Yeah, I have the pattern. I can email that out to everyone who's registered, who provided their email. If you were watching this on YouTube and you haven't sent in your email, you can email help@picnet.org if you're interested in the pattern, and we can send that out to you. So I'm just attaching my yarn needle to this other tail end. Any questions about the step that I just did about how to how to go through the sewing the hat together? Okay, there we go. Sorry, it took me a minute to get the super bulky yarn through the end of the yarn needle here. I'm just tying a knot and attaching that. Okay, so the very end part of the hat here, what you need to do is you're just gonna sew around the edges, or this is called the whip stitch. And you're just going to go under, it doesn't have to be actually every stitch. I usually do every other stitch. You do want to go under both parts. So I know before I've been saying a lot just to only go through the back loop or the top loop. Here we are going to go under both. So we start here. I'm gonna pull through, and you have to pull the whole tail of yarn through. So that's through once. Then I'll go under this one here, and I'm going to go under one more. And then every 3 stitches or so, you just pull it tightly. And you'll see when I do that, the hat starts to come together and tighten at the top. So you can see it just tightened up a little bit there. So I'll keep going around. So just pulling under every other stitch here, and then every 3 stitches, I'm just pulling tight. And you'll see the hat starts to get bulky and come together and get tighter at the end. So you're going to keep doing that all the way around. I'll show one more time here. And then again, pull tight when you get to the end here. And you can see it starting to come together. So see how it's sort of half closed up now? So when you keep going around the end, it will all eventually close up. Just because of time, I'm just going to show you the other one that I have made. So you continue all the way around the edge and pull tightly after every 3 stitches or so, and it'll start to come together. And then here's what it looks like at the top afterwards when that's happened. So it ends up closing up at the top. If you go all the way around the edges of the hat and you find out that it hasn't completely closed up, what you can do is just use your yarn needle and add a few stitches, go back and forth from each side and just pull it tight again and sew it together. And then what I do after that is just put my yarn needle through the top of the hat and turn the hat inside out or upside down. And you can just weave in the end, like I showed you at the end of the row before. So you would just, your yarn needle would be through the middle of this hat. You would just weave your ends in around the edges here and tie a knot or around one of the loops here. And then you could cut off your tail end of yarn, and that would be the finished hat. So I know we just have a couple minutes here. I'll keep working on this edge and maybe finish it up in the next minute here. Does anyone have any questions before we wrap up?
Sorry, I don't know how to use the chat. Can you show the part at the end when before you flip the row back over, you were like going through 2 loops or something at the end?
Yes. Oh, you mean at the end of each row?
Yes.
Yes, definitely. So let me see. Actually, it's good. I haven't closed up all the way around here. So basically what happens when you get to the end of a row is you've been going all the way through and only going through the back loop only. And when you get to the end of the row, you're going to want to go through both of the loops. So I know it's hard to see now when the hat is finished up, But actually, if I can grab the other one that I was working on earlier, that would be a better way to show you. So here, I'm actually just going to undo a couple stitches here. So that would be at the end of the row. So I've just finished working into the back loop only all the way across, right? So the whole way here, I've been doing half double crochets into the back loop only. And now for the final one, instead of just going only into the back loop here, I'm going to go through both of those loops, or both of those parts of the stitch. So it looks like you've been only working in the back here, and now it's like you're coming forward with your crochet hook. So it's still the same stitch, yarn over, and you're just putting your crochet hook through both parts of that stitch. And then you continue on the same with the rest of the stitch. So yarn over, pull through, and pull up a loop. And then to finish it again, just pull through all 3 loops. Does that make sense how that worked at the end?
Probably. I'm not at that part, so I'm hoping I'll remember that later. But yes, thank you.
Okay, great. And yeah, I'll just mention again, I did do a pre-recorded version of this where I work through each of the stitches, and that'll be up on YouTube later on. So you'll be able to go back and have a closer look at those stitches and pause them as you're going through it. And then I'll also send out the pattern as well, just so everyone has a record of that. And just, I'll remind everyone one more time as you're going through it, the most important things to remember is just to chain 1 at the beginning of each row. And then you're going to continue with your half double crochets in the back loop only. And then the other thing to remember is what I just went over, crocheting a regular half double crochet for the last stitch of each row. So then you'd be there, and then again, you just turn your work and keep going. So up to 24 rows. And then when you have 24 rows, it looks something like this, and you can start sewing the whole hat together. Okay, well, if there's no more questions, thank you everyone so much for joining me today for this crochet tutorial, and thanks for tuning into Makerfest. Coming up next, there's a workshop on how to build a battery-powered toy car, which is really cool, so stick around for that if you can. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the 5 p.m. session of Makerfest. This is how to build a battery-powered toy car. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us today. For those who have already attended some programs, I hope you've enjoyed them. There are 2 more programs following this one. We've got Twitch and, Intro to Twitch and cosplay creation. So 2 exciting programs coming up after this one. This program, if you were one of the first 20 registrants, you were hopefully able to grab a kit from the library containing all the supplies you need. I just wanted to mention that the one thing we couldn't provide was a glue gun. So if you don't have a glue gun at home, you can use tape. You're just gonna have to double side the tape. But for this project, I do recommend a glue gun if you have. It'll just hold up a lot longer. Okay, so we're going to get started soon. Just start with a quick introduction. My name is Chantel. I work at the Pickering Public Library in the technology section. And today we'll be going through this neat little project. This project was inspired by TQT Hacks. They have a channel on YouTube with lots of cool little projects and little inventions that you can try. A lot of it with just simple supplies you can find around the house. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm gonna get started If you do have any questions during this program, feel free to enter it into the chat and my colleague will handle that question. They'll just kind of flag me during the program and let me know that I've got a question waiting for me. If you need me to slow down at any point, if you're following along and doing the project with me, just let me know as well in the chat, or unmute yourself if you can, if you don't have access to the chat. All right, so let's get started. I'm just gonna switch my camera so you guys can see what I'm doing. So you're not gonna really see me during this presentation. You'll be more so seeing the project itself, so you can have a good view of what we're doing. All right, so I'm just gonna try and get everything in focus for you guys so you can kind of see everything at once here. Okay, quick shout out to our group watching on YouTube Live. You can always enter any questions you have in that chat there and they'll be forwarded to me as well. If you did register through the library, you should have received a supply list, just so you know kind of what you would need to make this project at your own at home. If not, we'll be going through the supplies you need in this video. There will also be a canned version of this video, so a pre-recorded version of this video going up on YouTube later. So if you missed something, or if you want to try this again a little later, you'll have the opportunity to do so from our YouTube channel. Okay, so let's get started with what we need for this project. So we'll start here. So what you'll need is a 9-volt battery. 4 bottle caps. So I've used the lids off of water bottles. I find these tend to work the best. You can also use pop bottle lids. They're a little thicker and a little wider. So you have to keep that in mind, and I'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there. If you received a kit from us, it probably came with the pop bottle caps or a similar shape. So I will let you know just some special instructions for those particular caps, just because they are a little bit bigger. You'll need a straw, but you need to cut it into 2 pieces that are about 1.5 inches long each. So 2 pieces there. You'll also need 2 wooden sticks. So these are thicker than toothpicks. So I've used like the kebab sticks or the skewer sticks. And these are about 2.5 inches long. So you'll need 2 pieces of these. You'll need a 3 to 6 volt motor. And you'll also need a battery clip. Now these parts I got off of Amazon. They're fairly easy to find, not that expensive. It's hard to find one-offs of these. Normally they come in like packages of 10 or even 5. So if you're looking for single pieces, that they may be a little bit trickier to find. You might have to look in at maybe like a hardware electronics store or even a hobby shop. One thing I will mention is the battery clip. If you've got the kit, I've already attached the battery clip to the motor for you, just because this part does involve some soldering. And I didn't want you guys to have to worry about that at home. If you are doing this on your own with your own supplies, chances are you'll have to cut the wires on the battery clip, because normally the battery clip wire is about yay long, and that's going to be too long for this particular project. So you'll have to cut it and make sure the wires are exposed on both the positive and negative end. And then on the motor, you're not really going to be able to see it too well in this video, but there are loops that you loop the wire through. And then in order to secure the wire to this loop, the best thing to do would be to solder it. But if you don't have a soldering station handy, you could also try something like electrical tape to hold it in place. Okay, and then lastly, you will need some type of fan or propeller. So these, if you've got them in your kit, I just actually 3D printed at the library. And then what I've done is I've drilled a hole in the center, just using a drill. This might be harder to find if you're trying to do this on your own with your own supplies. If you don't have access to a 3D printer, you can try, again, Amazon. Sometimes they have toy propellers that you can use, but you will need some type of propeller piece. The other thing I will mention about the lids is that I've also got a hole in the center here, which you'll need. Other than that, you're going to need some type of adhesive. So as I mentioned earlier, I've got a glue gun here, but you can also use some type of tape if you've got. You'll just have to make it double-sided tape. But definitely, if you can, use a glue gun because the tape will come apart pretty quickly over time. Okay, so let's get started with our first step. So I'm going to take my glue gun here. Make sure it's nicely heated up. So if you're doing this at home, obviously safety first. Glue gun should be handled by a guardian or a parent, or definitely an adult if you're doing this, because glue guns get very hot. We don't want anybody to burn themselves. So on the battery, it doesn't matter what side, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take our glue gun and we're going to make a strip of glue right at the front of the battery. And then we're going to affix one of the straws. We're going to try and center it to keep it nice and even. Now, before you try this yourself, you just want to make sure that you put it as far to the edge as you can without it going over the edge, especially if you've got the bigger pop bottle caps. Because if it's too close together, the wheels will touch. And if your wheels are touching, you're not going to get a nice spin action. And you're definitely going to want the wheels to spin. Otherwise, your car is not going to go anywhere. If when we get to the portion where you have to attach your wheels and you find that the wheels are too close, you might have to go back to this step and separate the straws even further if possible. So that's on there, nice and tight. So I'm going to take my glue gun and I'm going to make another strip along the back of the battery in the same fashion there. And then I'm going to take my other straw and affix it there and try and keep it, again, nice and centered and pretty even. And the glue gun portion does cool down pretty quickly. So once it's cool, you just want to make sure it's nice and sturdy. And then we're going to flip it over. So if you are following along, you should have something like this. If you're using tape, then you're essentially going to maybe roll a piece of tape, so just so it's double-sided. And again, keeping it to the very edge as close as you can. Use the tape to affix the straws to the battery. Okay, let's pause there and make sure we don't have any questions. So far, we're doing pretty good. All right. Next, we're going to take our glue gun again, or your tape, and we're going to put a, we'll call it like a smudge towards the back of the battery. And then we're going to take our motor. And again, if you've got the kit, your motor should have a black dot. So you want to keep that part face up, and you want to keep the spindle portion face out. And then we want to affix the motor like that to the back of the battery. So again, the spindle should be facing out towards the back. Your battery clip portion should be facing, let's say, the front of the battery where the connectors are, because eventually these two are going to connect. And at this point, you just want to make sure everything is nice and solid and in place. So this is what we've got so far. Okay. And don't worry if you need any extra time, just let me know. We have allotted a lot of time for this program. So we definitely have the time. If you've got questions or if you need me to slow down, don't hesitate to ask. So I'm going to put this off to the side for now. And then we're going to look at what will be the wheels of our car. So we're going to start with one of these bottle caps. Now, I made a hole using a drill, but you may not have a drill handy with a small drill bit that can go through there. So, I mean, really, you can make a hole with whatever tool you have handy. Again, if you've got the kit, these have been pre-drilled for you. And it's designed so that we can fit these wooden sticks into the lid. Now, it's going to be a snug fit for the kits that were provided for you if you've got a kit. And it's snug on purpose, but it also might need a little bit of force when you're pushing it in. So if you do need help with this, feel free to ask a parent or a guardian. Otherwise, what you're going to do is you're going to take your lid, your stick, and you're just going to push it through. Now keep in mind the inside of the lid, you kind of want it facing out. So the little nub of the stick should be on the inside of that lid. So you should have something that looks like this. Then we're going to take our other stick and we're going to do the exact same thing with one more lid. So again, taking our stick, pushing it through, again, might be a bit snug, but we want to leave just a little nub on the inside. If when you're doing this on your own and you find that the hole is maybe too big and it's too loose, as you see here, it's pretty firm. I can shake it, the lid's not going anywhere. That's the kind of firmness we want. If you're finding that it's too loose and the lid is coming off, you can always take your glue gun and add some glue around where it connects, and that should shore it up. But these are pretty snug and firm, so no need for me to use the glue, but that is an option if you're finding that it's too loose. Okay, so we're gonna go back to kind of our model that is partially done here. We'll start with the back wheels. So we're going to take this stick here and we're actually just going to slide it through the straw like so. So you should have something that looks pretty similar to this at this point. Once you've got the stick portion through, you're going to take another one of your lids. And again, you want the inside here facing out. This part might be a little bit tricky, but you're gonna take that lid and push it through. And again, you just want a little bit of a nub exposed. So you should have something that looks like this. If you're finding that it's a little too hard to push through in your kits, again, feel free to ask help from a parent or guardian if you need. Okay, so we've got our back wheels. Now we're going to do the same for the front portion of our car. I'm going to take the sticks, slide it through the straw. Take our other lid. A little bit of force and affix that. Okay, at this point we should have something that resembles a car, and you should be able to pretty easily roll it back and forth. If you're finding that your car isn't rolling at this point, it could be that your wheels are too close together. and then that's why it's not rolling. So if that's the case, then you may have to go back and put your straws perhaps just a little bit further apart. Okay, so I want to make sure I'm not going too fast, that we're all kind of on the same page here. If you are following along, this is the step you should be at. If you're not, and you need me to slow down, again, just give me a shout in either the chats, or you can unmute yourself and ask any questions. Okay. Next, we're going to take our fan, our propeller. Mine's looking a little rough. It's a little bit beat up, but it should still work. But with this pre-drilled hole you've got in the fan, it should fit snugly into the spindle portion of the motor. So I'm going to go ahead and slide mine on now. And I can see that the fan isn't going anywhere, so it's fairly snug. If it's not, again, you can always go back to your glue gun and try to adhere it directly to the spindle. But it should be able to somewhat spin here. Okay, this part, not that there's anything inherently dangerous about this project, but if there was, it would be this part. And that's because our last step would be to connect the battery clip to the actual battery. But before we do that, just a note of caution, as soon as the two connectors touch, both of them connect to the battery clip, it's gonna start in the motor and your fan's gonna start spinning. So what we don't want is we don't want any fingers or any parts of our body or anything that could get nipped right by the fan, because the fan is gonna start spinning pretty fast. Now I have nicked my finger on it before. It's not gonna cause any injuries or anything like that, but it does pinch a little. So being very careful, and I'll just show you how fast it goes once it touches even. Right, and it's gonna go pretty quickly. So what we're gonna try to do now is snap the battery clip into the battery. And I will say that there is a certain way that you're gonna wanna clip it on. So you can see how there on the battery, you've kind of got the circle and then a bit of a hexagon shape. You want to do the opposite connection for the battery clip. So you want to attach the circle to the hexagon shape on the battery and the hexagon shape on the battery clip to the circle on the battery. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that now while keeping my fingers away from the fan as best I can. Okay, so my little car is raring to go. So if all goes well, and which we all hope it does on live on the internet, if I let go of my car, it should go rolling along. There it goes. All right, so hold it steady here just so you can see what it looks like. You can see the fans going. And there we have built our battery powered, but propeller directed toy car. Now, this is just going to keep spinning and spinning and spinning until the battery is disconnected. So in order to disconnect the battery, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to be very careful not to touch the spinning fan here. Oops. And I'm going to take my other hand and disconnect. And there we go. So that is how we build a battery-powered toy car. And it's a pretty cool, neat little project that doesn't take a lot of time. It doesn't really use a whole lot of supplies that you can't find around the house, except for maybe the battery clip and this whole portion here, the propeller and the motor. But like I said, if possible, you can look in a hobby store or on Amazon to grab those. And these make really cool projects that you can do at home by yourself with the kids. And if you check out YouTube, like I said, TQT Hacks has tons of this little neat stuff that you can try. And I hope it inspires you guys to try some new projects and check out some new things that you can build at home. So at this time, we'll open it up to any questions. Otherwise, that's all I have for you guys. Oh, you're welcome, guys. I can see all your thank yous in the chat. I appreciate that. I'm glad you also got it to work too. That's awesome. You're very, very welcome, guys. Awesome. I'm glad it worked. I'm really happy to hear that. You're welcome. Well, thanks so much for the comment, guys. It means a lot. I'm glad you enjoyed this program. And like I said, we've got 2 awesome programs coming up at 6 o'clock and 7 o'clock. So if you're around, please stick around for those. And I hope you enjoy those programs as much as you enjoyed this one. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Have a good day.
So anyone that's participating, feel free to unmute yourselves and ask questions at any point. I'm more than open to take questions at any point during this. So my name is Matthew. I work for the library, and we're going to be going over how to start live streaming with Twitch, which at first seems like a big, huge thing to get started with. There's a lot you need to go forward and set up and stuff. But thankfully, in the past, even 5 months or so, there's been a lot of updates, a lot of the software you need that kind of streamlines everything, makes it super simple. So originally when I was even playing this, it was going to be a whole huge thing, but thankfully things are so simple now that it's gonna be much quicker than I thought. So work along with me if you want. I'm gonna go really slow, just so you can take your time and get everything set up if you wanted to. And the very first thing that you want to do is literally just open a browser. So whatever your favorite browser is, doesn't matter as long as there's internet access. And we're gonna be downloading 3 programs today, downloading 1 and using 3. And that first one's going to be OBS. So first, we're going to go to Google in case yours isn't set up like that. And then you just want to search the letters OBS like that. And this is the software that we're going to be using for the majority of this. This in itself lets you capture entire applications. And in fact, the entire stream is going to be run from here and streamed from here. So this is kind of going to be your central operations in a sense. So I'll click on this, choose whatever platform you're with. I'm using Windows, so I'm going to go with Windows. And as you can see in the bottom, it's going to download. And they just want to run the installer like you would any other program. Okay, so again, if no one wants to use their microphone, feel free to send a message in the chat. I have that up on my screen, so I'll be able to read those. Okay, so yeah, once you're done downloading, you open the installer, you're gonna be brought to this screen, and it works just like your regular installer. Just agree to everything. If you want to change where it's saved to, you can change it there, but the default is just right on your C drive. It's not a big program in itself, so I am more than comfortable with installing it onto my tiny SSD. Perfect. And from there, I have a desktop icon here. I'm just going to show it down there, like down there. And just whenever it's ready, we're going to keep this check marked because we want to launch it. We'll press finish. Yeah, let's give it a second. Okay, so when you first launch OBS, it's going to give you an auto configuration wizard. And this is what I meant when I said that everything's very streamlined now. And it's this integration of the wizard that came with the last 2 updates. So it made it from having to download all these optional other programs, select your correct bitrate and, you know, screen resolution, all this stuff, even FPS, just into this simple wizard. So I want to do out of these 3 personally. I want to be streaming with Twitch, so I'm going to choose optimize for streaming, and recording is secondary. So keep that selected and then press next. From here, you want to choose your resolution for based on your monitor. So in my case, mine's 1920 by 1080. You can find this out by right-clicking your desktop, going to display settings, and it'll tell you right here display resolution. The recommended is going to be the monitor's resolution. Okay, and then from there, you choose the FPS that you want your stream to be captured at. And this is going to be dependent on your computer hardware. So in my case, my computer is powerful enough that I can do 60, no problem. So I'm going to choose 60. But a good option is the 60 or 30, but prefer 60 when possible. So that will give you the higher ups. But if your computer starts struggling, it'll drop it down to 30. So your actual computer performance stays consistent. From there, we're going to go to next. And then we're going to choose our service. So you can choose set for YouTube, Facebook, all these other ones. In this case, we're using Twitch. If you did want to use YouTube in the future or anything like that, it's a quick swap. Or you can even set up your YouTube to sync with this program so that you don't even need to swap between them. You just choose which one you want to stream on when you do stream. And then you have 2 options. So you have connect account, which is what we're going to be doing. But you can use StreamKey if you wanted to. So StreamKey was the old school way of doing it, where if I go to my Twitch account over here, I have this private stream key right here. So this is kind of an authenticator of sorts, which allows whatever I'm streaming to be displayed on my channel. And it's in a sense kind of like a password. So don't show anyone this, because if anyone gets that key, they'll be able to stream on your account, no problem. So you can use that way if you want to, and that's just under your settings, your stream settings on Twitch. So back to OBS. What we're going to do right now is we want to connect the account. And from here, you're just going to log in your Twitch account. So because of this, I'm going to stop sharing my screen for 1 second for slightly obvious reasons. Let me sign in. And if you haven't signed in before, you can also press the sign up button right to the right at the top, right below the Twitch logo. Present your token, good old 2-factor authentication. Okay, and my token is 2, 3, 4, 4, 4. Perfect. Okay, so once you're signed in, it'll bring you back to here. Keep the servers on Twitch still, and then you want to just leave those on. So yeah, I'll estimate the bitrate based on your bandwidth. So although it does take time, you don't have to worry about setting that all up after. It'll determine the best way for your computer to handle the actual streaming. So I'm gonna press next. And so we can do a small little test really quickly. Okay, perfect. And there you go. It shows a summary of my final results given those settings. So I'm just going to do apply settings. And there you go. So once again, going back to, let me mute that. Going back to the newest OBS update and how they integrate Twitch into it now. You have these two menus, which also were things you had to set up externally, but you can do them from the actual OBS software now. So on the right-hand side over here, we have an entire window for our stream chat. So any chat that comes in through the stream itself was going to show up here. You can even respond to your chat from here. And on the left-hand window, we have our actual information. This is going to be displayed on Twitch itself on your channel. So from here, you can change this to whatever you want. So I'm just going to just put in test. That's going to keep just a notification that goes out to anyone who's followed. You can choose the game that you're going to be streaming. In this case, you're going to be looking at Counter-Strike. So we'll have this set like that. And you can put in tags. So there's some preset tags based on the category that you've chosen. So I do that. Oh, why aren't they working? Come on. Oh, they're already put in there because of that. Sorry, my bad. If you wanted more, that's what it was. Then you search the tags to add more than the ones already given there. And then you choose your stream language, which in this case, we're going to English. Once you've done all of that, you're going to do update information. And then it's going to update your actual Twitch account with that information. This is probably also a good time to mention too, that having two monitors is probably a good idea for this as well, just so you can see this a bit better. There are some overlays you can download that can go over your primary monitor that do show it, but those are a little hard to get into, so we're not going to be covering those. But like in my case, I'm going to be shoving this over my side monitor so I can see everything at the same time. From there, we're going to look at the controls at the bottom over here. So we have our start stream button, which is going to do exactly as it says. So once we're done going through all the other settings and we're fully ready to start, we're going to choose the start stream button, and that's going to actually begin our live stream. Underneath, we have recording. So if you want to record an actual video, which you can edit later on, in which case you will see I did use this program to record the video of this presentation in a sense beforehand. So that's what that does. And then virtual camera, video sources yet. Yeah, so that's going to be with camera editing, camera tricks. So we're not going to go over that one. It's not needed. Studio mode gives you a bit more refined control over some of these scene transitions and the differences between the scenes. And then settings are going to be any of the settings for the overall program. You've broken down. So right now you can see if you want to switch from Twitch, we can go into here, choose YouTube or something else. That's going to be done there. So let's cancel on that. So scene transitions we'll talk about once we get to scenes themselves. Audio mixer is going to be our primary input and output audio. You can see it has my desktop audio, which I can go into gear and change the preferences if I wanted to, or the properties if I wanted to change where it's coming from or what audio is being picked up. And we have our microphone audio. Hello? Ooh.
Quick question for you.
Yes.
Are we supposed to be seeing your screen right now?
Oh my, I forgot I stopped doing it. Oh man. Sorry, I forgot I turned it off because of the, I didn't want to see my password. All right, there we go. Sorry, back to this. So not much we need to see right now. We'll just do a quick run through quickly again. So this is the left-hand stream with the stream information. We have our title, information category, tags over here, language update. And then here's this the chat that was on this side. Thank you, Mark, so much. I would have gone this entire time without remembering that. So, and then here's our controls over here, which again, that's the streaming to start streaming. Record lets you record. Those two semi-useless features. Settings is the entire set application settings, and there's how you swap between your whichever service you're using. But anyway, sorry, thank you. Back to audio mixer. So here's our desktop audio and our microphone. So it's going to be the audio input from the mic and the audio output from the desktop. You press the gear on both of them to change the different values of all of them. You can add different filters to add different effects, and you can even change the properties to gather what it captures. And there's my microphone. I can mute it, unmute it, change the volume in case it sounds too loud, or vice versa too. If the game sounds like it's too loud, I can change those sliders. And you also have settings for your microphone too, which you can also, change the defaults if you want. Like, I really hope it wasn't using my webcam mic because I want to use my headset. So there we go. Then over on this left-hand side, we have our sources. So sources are going to be kind of every major component of this program and to the streaming itself. So this is going to control all aspects of that the viewer is going to be able to see. So by right-clicking it, you can go to add, and you can add all sorts of different sources from here. If you want to add just basic text on top, you can. If you want to add customized images that you make, because I know some people, when they have their webcams on, they have borders around the webcam with their information. You can make some of those and upload them as an image, for example. And everything is drag and drop. For right now, we're going to start off with adding a source, actually. So if you haven't done it, just right-click in sources, go to add, and we're going to choose, in this case, we're going to pick display capture. And then there's your display. You can change if you want up here. So I can make this say it's just a test. And you can see it gets kind of trippy because I'm recording this screen already, but there it is. And then from here, there's a drop down beside display, lets you choose which ones you want to use. So I have my one display right here, and then I have my second monitor right there. And then, yeah, you can choose whether the mouse shows up or not. So you can see right here, it's gone, then it's back. Okay. So that was just test showing that one, but we're actually going to disable this. So if you ever need to disable a source at any time or make it non-visible, you have this little eye here. You just want to click that, and then that kind of temporarily removes a source without actually getting rid of it. So if you don't want to use it for a time being and you want to use it in the future, you can do that without having to delete and re-add everything. Another source we're going to add quickly. So keep that one non-viewable for now, but we're going to right click in the sources, go to add, and we're going to then choose window capture. So the window capture is going to be used for actually capturing whatever game or application we're going to be streaming. Again, you can change the name if you want to. I think that's perfect as is. And then we're going to do that one. So after that, you're brought to the properties setting, which we'll go into, show you how to get back into after. But from here, you have your window drop down, which lets you choose any open window you have at the moment, and it'll let you record that. So I don't have any games open right now, but they will when we open a game later on. You'll see it show up in this list. So that's how you choose a window to capture. And then you can leave these the exact same. Then press OK. So if you wanted to change a game, say you're like bored halfway through a stream and you want to change it, what you do in that case is right click on that same window capture, go to properties, and then yeah, there it is again, bring up the exact same screen window, and we'll choose a different one. Okay, so next, we're gonna go back to that one after, yeah, okay. We're gonna add another source in a minute. But until then, we are going to look at our scenes. So scenes let you quickly swap between different sets of sources and settings that are preset. So if I want to go, same thing, you press the plus or over on this side, same thing on that one, but you can just right click and go to add. Change the name if you want to. I'm just going to leave it as scene 2. And as you can see, once we're selected into scene 2, I don't have any of my sources anymore. So this is a good way of letting you swap between maybe like prioritizing gameplay, and then scene 2 could be prioritizing your webcam and having an up close version of your face so you can chat in between sessions. So I click back on this one. You can see my sources return. I'm going to uncover this one for a second just to show you the transition. So if I go to 2, we have a nice little fade transition because going back to the right, we have our scene transitions here, and there's all sorts of different ones you can choose from. You can change the amount of time it takes to swap between them, but yeah, so it's as easy as that. So yeah, I can go into here, add, let's do text. This is a test. Perfect. Then you can see, swap between them just like that. Perfect. So, oh, I want window capture. All right. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to go back into our browsers again really quickly because we want to go over how to make your stream more personalized. So if anyone decides to follow your stream, one of the more satisfying things of doing that is seeing your name show up on someone's stream. So that is very easy to do. What we're going to do in this case, we're going to go back to Google without the all caps rage. And then we're going to click here, and then we're going to search for Streamlabs. Just like that, and then it's always going to be the first link, or you can go directly to streamlabs.com. Perfect. So once you get to here, what we're going to do is you're going to want to log in here. So when you do choose login, you want to choose the service you want. In this case, we're going to log in with Twitch. It might ask you a few questions when you do initially sign in. It's not much though. It's probably, if anything, just going to want you to log into your actual Twitch account, just like you did with OBS. So you'll want your Twitch username and then your Twitch password. Then it'll want to link the accounts. It'll ask, say it wants information to something or somewhat. It's perfectly fine. This company is fully sponsored and endorsed by Twitch themselves, so, and Amazon. So not a problem with that. So just give her a second just to catch up. Okay, so once we're done with that, we're all logged in. You're going to come to your dashboard. I'm sorry, your dashboard, which is the screen right here. What we're going to be working on right now is our alert boxes. So there's all sorts of widgets you can choose from here. Some of them are going to be primed widgets, but those are going to be different things you can use, like donation cups that can be added to your stream. But right now, what we want to focus on is alert box. So click on alert box, which will bring you to this screen. And actually, make this full screen, make it easier. Perfect. So when you scroll down, this can be a live preview of the different alert boxes we're going to go through. So you can leave it on global settings right now as is if you wanted to customize every single type of alert you get. But if you want more refined control, you can click this little plus right here. And you can choose which individual alerts you want to customize. So let's say I wanted to customize specifically my follow, for example. I'll go back to this side over here once this is selected, and you can change all sorts of every aspect regarding the actual alert that comes up. So right now, if I want to look at the default, we have that, and that's my current alert, and it'll take alert sent up there. If I wanted to, I can change the way everything's laid out. So if I wanted the text on top of the image, oh, sorry, wait, which one is that? I don't know why it's not working right now. That's interesting. It's probably because my font size, that's definitely it. Or you know what? It might be because I didn't save. That was exactly because I didn't save. That was a rookie move. Anyway, so I'll leave this as image and text below it. If we go down to here, we have our image itself. So we can click on the plus and we can change the image. So there's all sorts of preset images over here you can use if you wanted to as well. You can upload your own. And you have 1 gig of storage for your own custom one. So I like the little penguin. He's pretty cool. So I'm going to leave him as is. You can also change the sound if you want to. Lots of sounds you can use. The ones with the little bronze star on the top right, those are prime and that you need premium account for, so don't bother with those. Just anything like this one, for example, any of these are just ones that you can use for your alert. So yeah, go through all these settings, change what you need to, font size, the actual font itself, how it fades, everything like that. Once you're happy with it, save the settings, send a test, just like that. And then whenever you're done, we want to look at this little box up here. So this says add alert box to your stream. And what you want to do in this case is you can copy URL. You can click the show. I don't really care if anyone sees this one. Doesn't matter to me. But there's the URL. You'll copy URL. And then we're done with Streamlabs. So once our URL is copied there, we're going to go back to our sources, right click, add, and we want browser source. Now from here, same thing as before, change the name if you want to, doesn't matter. Press OK, and then you have this default URL right here. So we're going to get rid of this one, and then we're going to paste in the URL that we had taken from Streamlabs for that alert box. Perfect. And then from there, you can adjust the height and the weight of the, the width and the height of them, but it's easier just to drag around the corners after, so don't worry. Leave all those are fine, press OK. And here is our alert right here. So I can put it down in the middle, up in the corner. I can resize it by dragging these corners to whatever size I want. I like the alerts kind of big though. I'm going to show it right in the middle just to highlight that follow. If you go back to here, you show it side by side. I will send a test and it shows up, transmits immediately to our OBS capture. Okay. Once we're done all of this, what we'll do next is add our webcam. So we right click in our sources again, go to add, and we are going to choose, which one is it? It's a video capture device. So choose that, and same thing with all the other sources. Rename if you want, it doesn't matter. Press OK afterwards. And then it's going to choose a camera. So actually, I need to turn off my Zoom camera for half a second. Sorry, let me discard that and do it again. Oh, there it is. It did automatically. Perfect. So it picks up my camera right here. If you had another camera you want to use, you can use one of those. They'll show up in that drop-down list, just like with the capture window. From there, everything's preset to match. Everything should be good. If you wanted to flip the image, you can. I don't know. I mean, some people like that. Not for me. Okay, and then when you're done, press OK. And then same thing with our alert box. You can drag the corners to resize as much as you want. I like put it in the top left. That's just personal preference though. Again, just do whatever looks best to you, whatever works best. Because it's your stream at the end of the day, so that's good. And then from there, that's essentially all the hard stuff's out of the way. You have your microphone set up, you have your desktop audios ready to go. You have all your sources set between here. If I want to transition between scenes, I can like that. If I even want to put down like, like I'm on break or something, that's something I can do in case I had to go to the washroom or something. So from there, I'm going to go launch a game actually. I'm going to launch up Counter-Strike. Just give that a second to start because I unfortunately do not have this on an SSD. Okay, so we'll let this start up in the background, except for when that happens. All right, so we'll let that do its thing in the meantime. We'll go back to OBS for now. Perfect. So we're now to capture the actual game itself. Now that we have one open, or like I was saying before, in case I got bored, I wanted to swap to something else. We have our game loaded in the background. We're going to go back to our sources. We're going to right click on, window capture. Yep. I just know that one's listed as test. Okay. And then we're going to go to properties. And then from here, go back to our window dropdown. And as you can see, I have the game showing up right here. And just like that, it selects it. Everything's ready like that. We have our alert box still here. My webcam's up in the top. And then we have our game being captured in the back. I don't know why it's blowing up so big as it is, but once again, just drag the corners, resize to your heart's content. Perfect. So that's all good to go. So the only reason I'm not playing audio right now is because the game's in the background. Once I do have this as the active, the game is the active window, it's going to start actually taking that audio along with the stream. So I'm going to switch the monitor that I am streaming on right now. So just give me 1 second. Let me stop sharing. Oh, I see there's a comment. Okay. And let me swap everything over. Just so we can show everything at once. Okay, so where's the stream for Zoom? Share screen, screen 2. Perfect. So as you can see over here, I'll click onto here, and you can see from the audio mixer itself that the game audio is being picked up. So I wanted to go into here. I can go into private, or just want private quick. Yeah, aim training, why not? No, crosshair is good. Perfect, and just like that, it's ready to go. So if I go back over to here, back in OBS now, everything's ready to go. My accounts are set up. Let me bring over my stream chat over to here. My stream information here. I have all this information updated, all ready to go. I had unchecked here, but I don't want feedback coming through there, so we're gonna keep that off. And then once you're good with that, you're gonna click start streaming. And there it'll show you down here how many frames have been dropped, all the information in the stream, how long you've been live. You can record on top of streaming if you want to. And then, yes, I know, thank you. You start streaming if you want to, and then we'll open up my Twitch account. So go over to here. We'll go over to twitch.tv. Perfect. And then I'll go to my account. Oh, why is it not going? Go to my account, please. Channel. Sorry, there we go. And as you can see, I have everything rolling right here, ready to go. It's a full live stream. And everything's working flawlessly. So it's a bit delayed just because of my actual current bandwidth. The higher your bandwidth overall, like gigabit, for example, will have the smallest delay possible. Oh, and what's happening? Is someone... Oh, yeah, look at that. Thank you for following. Perfect plugin. Everything works. Yeah, so you can see there's a slight delay, but everything shows up as is. And at the end of the day, it comes down to, your personal settings. So let me shut this down. So that's how this works on PC, which is probably the heart of the platform. So if you are using something like a console, it's as simple as just sign with your Twitch account and then just, press stream. But with this, with OBS, the newest version, how everything works, it makes life so much easier. It's really easy to use. I really hope people get back into, like wanting to live stream more, maybe get over that initial hurdle that, let me stop streaming here so I can see the delay. And get over that initial hurdle of the actual, setting up all your information correctly and having your correct bit rate. So that's essentially it. Once you do this, all your settings are saved for the future, so you can close down OBS entirely just by clicking that, and then I'll relaunch it. And as you can see, everything's set up exactly the same way it is. So you can just come in here the next day, change all your information here as needed, choose a drop down, change through all that, update information, and then you're good to go like that. So, and yeah, that's essentially it. So does anyone have any questions or any comments, anything? Yeah, they did. It's super easy, super quick. It's, yeah, as long as you know your Twitch password is probably the hardest thing, honestly. Okay. Alrighty, so yeah, if there's no questions then, thank you for coming. Really do appreciate it. And that's it. So thank you so much and have a good rest of the day.
Hello, friends. So I think we will give it a couple of minutes before we get started. But you made it to the last session of Makerfest, so thank you so much for tuning in, hanging out with us, sticking around till the end. We really appreciate that that you're able to come and attend this virtual event. So thank you so much for that. So it is 7 o'clock. We do have a lot to get through tonight with, we have a few different topics, but cosplay that we're going to talk about, that we're going to focus on. So it will be exciting. Okay. I'm just going to share my screen. And we're going to be fancy. Okay, so already you can see a cat. I'm going to warn everyone that I have 4 cats and a dog. So there could be cats walking up and down. There could be dogs barking in the background. I'm going to do my very, very best to stop it before it happens. But just in case, fair warning that that is a thing that could happen. So I am going to try to keep everyone checked in, but we'll see what happens as this program continues. So tonight we are going to look at a few different types of things for cosplay. So we're going to be talking about 3D printing, making your own silicone molds, and heat molding using EVA foam. So those are the 3 areas that we're going to look at. Cosplay is a huge, wonderful world that we could spend days and hours talking about and looking at. So sorry, it is going to be a very condensed version, and we're just focusing on those 3 little things. And thank you for the cat ear compliments. I'm just trying to match the critters that I have at my house. Okay, so first thing we're going to talk about is 3D printing and finishing 3D prints. So I am 100% an amateur cosplayer. I do not know everything about everything, but we are going to try our best to chat about as much as we know tonight. And that's what's cool about cosplay, is it is so scalable. You can start with having just like a super intense interest in fandoms, and you can go all the way up to professional levels where you are building cosplay models for AAA game studios. There are places like that in Toronto, which is really cool. So very scalable, very awesome. You can kind of go how far into the world of cosplay that you would like to go to. So moving back to 3D printers. If you have printed anything at the library, you would know that we do have a few 3D printers. Generally, the 3D printing filament is going to give you different characteristics when we're looking at 3D printing. So at the library, we generally use PLA or ABS. Those are the two kind of major filaments that are used, or the more common ones. There are a ton of different filaments out there that exist in the world. You can get like wood filaments, metal filaments, you can name it. There is a filament of it out there that you can get, which is really cool. But we're focusing just on PLA and ABS. So the difference between the two filaments is that PLA is really good for creating objects that you want to heat mold. So what's really cool about PLA is it is more environmentally friendly. It's made of cornstarch, and you can actually drop it in like hot water and mold it that way. So that's pretty neat. But it can be a little brittle. So if you need something that's a little bit more intense, you can look at an ABS type of approach, which is going to be a lot more resistant to breakage. And it can be finished using acetone, which is really cool. So if you've ever 3D printed something before, this is our little YouTube logo. You can see that there are, I feel like, focus is a thing. You can see that there are grooves in this 3D print. So it's based on where the printer goes and how it prints something. It's not the prettiest thing. This camera's doing a really good job of not zooming into those little crevices, so it doesn't look as bad as it does in real life. Maybe this one. Maybe. Who knows? Okay, so the point is that it can be really rough. There are a lot of grooves, and it can make painting really difficult. If you were to just paint this on top of the grooves, it would look very grainy and not quite complete. What's cool about ABS, though, is that you can finish it with acetone. So this is our little Batman guy, and he was 3D printed on our printers, and he was given a little acetone bath. And what's neat about acetone is that it actually melts ABS, and it causes it to kind of melt into all the grooves and smooth out to this nice, hard, shiny finish, which is awesome. The downfall to using acetone is that it's acetone. So it is very, it's a very intense chemical. Like, it's essentially melting this down. There's a lot of fumes that aren't so cute. Sorry. A lot of fumes, not so great, very flammable, but you can get acetone in, like, this one is 100% acetone. It's just a nail polish remover. What is really cool about acetone is that you can actually, this looks messy. It is old ABS filament. So old ABS just filament that was kicking around mixed in with the acetone, and you can create an acetone glue or use it as an acetone paste. So you can smooth this over an object to kind of an ABS object to smooth it out a little bit. You can use acetone to create that vapor bath. So it's going to smooth and shine everything like in this little printer print object. Or you can make it pretty thick and you can use it to glue ABS components together. With PLA, you don't really have that option. With PLA, we're going to talk about how you could like use an auto body filler and get a better finish. So you can do this with ABS or PLA, but the way that we're going to finish our 3D prints today is by using a auto body filler, as well as sanding and painting the object. So this is part of Shira Sword. It is a smaller version of Shira Sword, but it was really kind of, you can see the lines on here now, but what we did was we took Bondo. I'm not sure where that bottle went, but what it is it's an auto filler, so auto body filler. Basically you can get like fiberglass, any kind of body filler. You mix two components together. I did a video on it that you can find on our YouTube channel after this program. I'm not going to do it live because it does require the use of a ventilator and a very ventilated space, which we're not loving today. So I won't be able to demonstrate how to mix up the Bondo solution because I wouldn't actually be able to speak with ventilator on, and it would just not be a great idea. So I will show you what it looks like when we've pasted it on. But if you're interested in the process, you basically mix the Bondo itself with the hardener, and then you mix it until it's this like nice pink little color. You then want to smooth it on to the 3D print object in nice thin layers, because what we're doing is we're building it up in order to sand it down. So with 3D printing, what is really cool about it, what is really beneficial about it, is that it is pretty solid, but inside it is honeycomb patterns. So it's not a completely solid product. So if we were to just take sandpaper to this object, what we would find is that we would sand the top layer off pretty quickly and we would be left with honeycomb patterning. And that's not going to be great. We want to keep the external finish that's there. We want to build it up a little bit so we can sand it down to an even surface. And please feel free to ask questions in chat as we go. I know I'm kind of running through things a little quickly just because it's just what we're doing. We're trying to fit as much as we possibly can in our 45-minute section. So these have been filled with Bondo. They were filmed in the previous video that, again, I had mentioned. You can watch it on our YouTube channel later on. But thin layers of Bondo is what we want, and then we can actually sand the surface down. So you can see on the back, it is very, very gritty. I swear, usually I can get this focus down. Tonight, it is not working. I feel like not a good YouTuber right now with this autofocus not focusing, but you can see that there are a lot of really intense bumpy parts, and that's what we're trying to build up in order to sand down. So these were done. We could take sandpaper to them, sand them down, and we would eventually get a nice smooth surface, which is what we are looking for. Once we have sanded that, we can paint it with acrylic paint if you want. This one was just done with acrylic paint. The one thing that it can be tricky with acrylic paint is that you can see a lot of brush strokes if you are not being careful. So painting with acrylic paint, absolutely 100% can do. Make sure that you are being careful when you paint and that you are sanding in between layers, just to make sure that you get the best finish you possibly can. And you can also use spray paint, which is probably going to be a lot easier to get that like chef's kiss. I can do the emote chef's kiss perfection. And I will show you what, we're not quite perfect on the one that I did, but we're getting there. So this is a bigger version of Shira's sword. So this was printed off in different components. Each part of the sword, sorry, that was loud, was printed off in different segments. And then they were glued together with acetone glue, bondoed to fill the little grooves, sanded, painted, with acrylic paint, and then spray painted just to give it a bit of a glossy finish. Same with the sword handles. So this was done in six different parts, glued together with the acetone glue. And then you can see I picked this sword up a little bit too quickly when the spray paint hadn't finished. So there's blemishes on it that we can fix later on. But basically, this is what it could look like if you were to finish it in the way that I did. You can absolutely get it to a better level if you were to sand it a little bit more, take some time to finish it and give it that smooth texture, but it's good. It's given us what we want. There is one piece missing, and that is if you're familiar with She-Ra. If you're not familiar with She-Ra, I would recommend you watch She-Ra. It is a really good show. But it is missing its gem in the middle. So that is what we are going to talk about next. So getting this PPE going. We are going to talk about resin and how to make your own mold. So resin is something that is used pretty frequently in cosplaying. If you are a TikToker, you have probably seen a million TikTok videos on using resin molds for making dice. There are a lot of really cool dice that you can make with resin. Lots of really cool different projects that you can do with resin, necklaces, jewelry, that sort of thing. With resin today, we are going to make two pieces of our props for our cosplay. So the first one is going to be the tiara crystal that is on She-Ra's hair, kind of. And the second one is going to be the gem that is on her sword. So in order to do this, what came with the 3D print files for the sword was a little gem. And the gem was printed off using ABS filament as well. It was finished using ABS glue to give it a smooth finish before I used a silicone mold to cast it. So then we could make a resin duplicate or replica of it. Why I wanted to do that is just I wanted to give it a little bit of an extra glitziness, because you can add glitter, you can add color to your resin and just give it a little bit of an extra if you want to. The crystal that's in the tiara, I just used a mold that I already had because I couldn't find a file that could be printed. I do have the files listed in the description box for on YouTube. When you go to YouTube, when you go to our channel, you should see the video later on. There you can find the files for Thingiverse, for She-Ra's sword and the jewel. There's also a video of someone doing the tiara, which we're going to look at in a little bit, as well as a DIY article on silicone mold making. So there are a lot of links in that description box when that goes live. So what we are going to do, this water has soap in it, so it is not clean water. It looks a little scuzzy, but that is because there's soap in there already. We're going to make a silicone mold. So you can get mold making kits. They can make this process a lot easier, or you can do this if you want because it's a little bit fun and it's a little DIY. But there are mold making kits. Sorry, I went away from the microphone. There are mold making kits that you can buy from like Michael's big box stores that are either silicone, latex. This one is a brush on latex. So if you wanted to make a cast of something, all you would do for this one is put the item on a plate, tray, something that you don't mind if it doesn't bounce back to your original shape. Put the object on it, and you're going to apply thin brush strokes of this latex in order to build up a mold. And it is a really great resource. It can make molds pretty quickly. but it does take a lot of patience to get those thin brush strokes on, so it'll dry in between. So you can make some pretty interesting molds this way. But for today, we're going to be focusing on a silicone DIY solution. So in this bowl, we have 32 ounces of water and 2 ounces of liquid dish soap. Into this bowl, we can add 100% silicone. So this is just silicone, 100% silicone adhesive. It doesn't matter what brand you get, as long as it is 100% silicone. The clear one has worked better for me. I tried the white silicone, didn't work as well. But essentially, all you're going to be doing is adding silicone to this bowl, and you're going to add as much as you think that you would need to cover the object. So I'm just going to do one little squeeze there. The important thing about silicone is that you are wearing the proper PPE that's listed on the bottle or the container. So this one is saying that you should be using gloves as well as eye protection. And because I could not find safety glasses, we are just going to use a face shield. And I didn't try this on with the earphones on, so we're going to take the earphones off, put the face shield on, put the earphones back on. It's going to be great. This works. This totally works. I don't know if there's an echo from my voice around the face shield, but we're doing it. So you will take your silicone once it's in the water. You can start to mold it around, and essentially what it's going to do is the water soap mixture is going to act as like a catalyst in order to get the silicone to start hardening without sticking to your hands or anything else. So I was doing movie magic kind of. Started this before the presentation started, and you can see that it's pretty hard to mold versus this one is more pliable. So once you get to this stage, you can take an object that you would like to make a mold of and just start shaping it around that object. So we're going to do a skull, and we can shape the silicone all around this skull. For the stone for Shira's sword, all I did was I put it on a blob onto a tray, and then I pushed the crystal into the mold itself and just covered it up a little bit over a lip so we could make sure that it was really, really solid and the pour would be easy to make. So this is our skull. And it is completely covered. When you're making it, you want to think about how you're going to pour into it. So for this one specifically, we would have to then brace it when we poured our resin in, just because it's upside down and we don't have a flat base. But for the crystal mold, it was a little bit easier to make. So I'm going to set this lovely friend aside. Oh no, that was probably really not great ASMR. Take off my gloves, take off the face shield. That could have been an echo. Oh, okay, we will make a dice making stream and it'll be glorious. And I'm just going to put this little bowl of gross looking dish soap water away. So I'm going to let that skull mold sit for like an hour. And by the time that hour is up, this program will be done. So you won't see the finished results. But that's fine because we do have a finished result here. So this is what I had used for the Shira sword. I used UV resin. UV resin is, you can find it at a lot of stores, craft stores like Michael's. This one needs to be cured with a UV light. So if you don't have a UV light, make sure that you are not purchasing UV resin and that you're purchasing other resin. So this is the other type of resin that I have, and it comes with the resin and the hardener. This one has to sit for 24 hours and it fully cures within 72 hours, I believe. But basically you pour a 1-to-1 mixture of the resin plus the hardener in order for it to start the process to get it to set properly. So this, you really want to make sure that you are using gloves as well and following the proper PPE that's in the data sheet that you get when you purchase that resin. So we use UV resin. What I did was I poured the resin in here. I added some pigment from some pastels and then added some glitter as well. And you can pop the cast out of the mold once it has hardened. So this is our finished product for the sword. It is a little thin in areas. I might decide to paint the back of it just to give it a little extra blue pop. And then we do have the cast of the hair crystal as well. So that one, I have an extra. And what I did was I added some Velcro to the back so it could be attached to my hair. So those are our 2 finished resin pieces. Now, we will talk EVA foam, and then we're going to put it all together for a finished product, a big reveal. I'm pretending it's a big reveal. It's not that big of a reveal, but it's going to be amazing. So this was like one of the only heat resistant things I could find that was easy to get, that wasn't like a baking sheet that had really bad like baking stains on it. So this is just a tray to keep my desk protected from heat when we get to that stage. But we're going to talk EVA foam. So EVA foam is probably like the duct tape of the cosplay world. I guess duct tape is duct tape of the cosplay world. But EVA foam is used quite often in prop making and costume building. It's used a lot in building armor. It's used a lot in building props. You can use it for weaponry, pretty much anything that you want to be lightweight, flexible. You can mold it, paintable. EVA foam does everything. You can get EVA foam in different thicknesses. So the thickness that we're using today is a 4mm thickness. And this is a roll that you can purchase. You can find EVA foam, usually thinner EVA foam. You can get at like the dollar store. That's usually the sheets of craft foam that you find that are pretty thin. Other EVA foam that you can get is the EVA foam that comes in these big puzzle type of pieces. So this EVA foam generally can be purchased at big box stores. It is like an 8mm thickness. And usually one side has this patterning on it and the other side is smooth. It's used for like floor mats and play areas. But it does a really good job of being used for props, for armor. What's nice about this is that if you are looking for a textured, so if you're looking for something that's like a carbon fiber type of patterning, you can definitely just use this as is, finish it, paint it, and you're good to go. With a thinner EVA foam, it definitely is super useful for adding detail to things. You can layer it. You can have little cutouts and glue it to bigger pieces, but it is very, very flimsy when it's by itself. So we are going to look at some pieces that I've cut out already. So we want to make this. This is our end goal, is Shira's tiara. Again, if you check out the video on YouTube, I'm going to have all of the links in the description box of where you can purchase this, not purchase, where you can download this pattern for free. But this tiara was a simple cutout. I just printed it out and cut out these shapes of the EVA foam. So because this was in a roll, it's pretty rolly. It's pretty shaped, but we don't necessarily want this shape. And what's nice about using foam is that you can heat mold it to any specific shape that you're interested in. So you could do like big shoulder pads. You could do like shins. People do like bodices with it, and you're able to cut out the EVA foam and shape it with a heat gun. So this is my heat gun. This is just a random heat gun that I purchased. When you're using the heat gun, essentially what it's going to be doing is it's going to be heating up this foam. So then it will be moldable. You'll be able to mold it, and as it cools, it'll form a very it'll form a good shape. This one was shaped last time and it's held its shape pretty consistently. The thinner the EVA foam, the less likely it is to keep its shape over time, versus something that is thicker. This EVA foam, the thick EVA foam, can still be heat shaped and it'll hold its shape for a lot longer. You can reshape items, so you can heat it back up and then reshape it, and it'll cool to that new shape, which is pretty awesome. So it is very flexible. So we're going to heat mold this piece here. What's really cool too is that you can actually score components of your foam to add detail. So in this one, I've scored already these detailing lines. And when I first scored it, you couldn't really tell. Again, it's a little tricky to see. Maybe in this one, you can see it a little bit better. It's a little trickier to see the detailing here, but once I paint it, it'll be better. Versus in this one, you can barely tell that it's been scored. So once I heat it, it'll expand and you'll be able to see that detail a lot better. When you're using the heat gun, you really want to make sure that you're protecting the surface because it can get pretty toasty. So I make sure that I use my heat gun on the low setting. And I'm going to hold it a fair distance away from the foam. I don't want to melt it. I don't want to burn it. It can bubble if it's too close. I don't want that. So I'm going to just heat it a fair distance, and I can show you how pliable it gets. Kind of like a big hairdryer. And I'm just going to go over this scoring just to make it a little bit more refined. Refined? Detailed? So it is pretty flexible right now. So I'm going to hold it over this object as it cools just to give it that little bend that I'm looking for. So as it cools, it should have this like S curve in it based on the shape that I'm holding it as it cools down. Ta-da! It definitely shows up more now. The score marks are definitely more apparent since it's been heated, And we would be able to put this together now to form Shira's tiara. So what I did was I just glued the earpieces to the tiara, the headpiece. And I did that before I finished it. So when you're working with EVA foam, the like bonus is how flexible it is. It's also its weakness too. So because it's so porous, because it's so flexible, if I was to just put like acrylic paint or spray paint on here, it would hold up for like one time and then it would start to flake away. Apparently I've been talking a lot. And then it'll start to like chip and peel away. So I want to finish this. There are a few different things that you can do to finish it. One is Mod Podge and one is Plasti Dip Spray. Sorry. Okay, we're good. So Plasti Dip Spray will seal it in. It's probably the one that's going to do the best sealing job, but it's generally the more expensive one and it's the harder to come by. Versus Mod Podge, you can just cover the object with Mod Podge, let it dry, and it'll provide a flexible, what is the word that I'm looking for? Flexible finish. So when you paint it, the paint should adhere to this better and it won't break when it bends. So that's what I did with this one, with this tiara, is I finished it with Plasti Dip and then I spray painted it gold and then sprayed it with a finishing spray afterwards. So this is just a clear gloss coat and it's just to give a little bit of an extra pop of glossiness and just keep it sealed. So if I was to bend this, the paint isn't going to flake away, which is awesome. The one thing to keep in mind though, when you are using EVA foam is that it doesn't breathe. It is like very flexible, very light, but it doesn't breathe. So I know people who have made like full suits of armor with EVA foam have looked amazing. It has been awesome. But then they are just sweaty mess because they haven't really thought about circulation or how to keep themselves cool in that. So keep that in mind if you are making a full armor suit, that you are bringing that into your design for sure. So that is pretty much it for the three components we were talking about with EVA foam. It's really easy to cut. You can add details, you can add weathering patterns, you can use a Dremel to smooth the edges or to add any abrasions that you want. You could have a base layer, paint up a few more layers, then sand down to expose the base layer. If you're looking for like a weathered look, if you're like a Fallout cosplayer, that's a big one to kind of make it look a little weathered. The resin, some tips and tricks. If you're using a regular resin, a 2-part resin, that you use a lovely heat gun to get the bubbles out before you let it sit overnight. This is going to, using a heat gun or a torch, is going to pop all the bubbles that are in there and give you a really, really clear resin cast. And then when you are using 3D printing, when you're finishing 3D prints, the best advice to kind of take away from this is using thin layers of Bondo when you're finishing it, so you don't make yourself do more work than you needed to sanding it. So I'm going to put this down. I'm going to pick up my sword, put my little gem on it because I'm not gluing it yet, and I will show you what the tiara could look like. We're going for an emo Shira right now. And using the combs, and we have a finished tiara, a finished sword. Obviously, this book took more than 45 minutes, but that's what we're going with. And you can piece it together using products purchased for cosplaying. You can find a lot of these at the dollar store. If you're looking for the thin EVA foam, you can glue it together to make layers, build it up so you can get the desired thickness. Looking at resin, you can definitely pick that up at any craft store. And 3D printing, once everything reopens, that's something that you can get back to at the library. So if you have any questions, jump on camera, jump on mic. We can ask and answer and chat about whatever you would like with the time that we have left. But I'm going to take this off so I can put my ears back on so I can hear what's happening. Ta-da! And I'm going to stop sharing my other camera. So any questions so far? So teach myself how to make cosplay, yes, but also from YouTube and from my cool partner who knows a lot about cosplay, who is also in the chat of YouTube. And toughest cosplay, I think the hardest thing was I did a Mercy, if anyone is familiar with Overwatch, a Mercy Sigrun cosplay that had like a really intricate helm that I had tried to do for the first time, and it was just kind of a disaster with hot glue. I was like, oh, this would be cool to add details with hot glue instead of adding details with more foam and building it up. I just used hot glue, and it was a lot of pain on my hands, getting hot glue everywhere. Just, it was a disaster. So toughest because I didn't know what I was doing. We have run cosplay workshops at the library in the past. We definitely want to look at getting back into that once we get back into the swing of things. So definitely keep checking out our website for more programs associated with cosplay if that's what you are interested in. So our website is picnet.ca. And check it out there. Check out the programs that we have available. Big thank you to everyone for hanging out with us. This has been a long day full of amazing crafts, amazing maker projects, just absolutely wonderful to see the community, the maker community in Durham region come together and hang out with us online for this event. So thank you so much again to everyone. Thank you for my other staff members helping me facilitate tonight. It has been a great time, and check out our YouTube channel. It is just Pickering Library on YouTube. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel to see any of the videos that you've missed from this live stream, as well as other videos and virtual programs that we do quite often. So that is a really good resource. If you're ever needing to do something during your stay-at-home time, we have a ton of virtual programs that you can check out. So definitely do that. Hang out with us again, because this has been a lot of fun. So thank you so much to everyone, and I hope you have a great night.